We're missing the city manager.
No, he's sitting.
Oh, there he is.
He's right next to you.
My Brady Bunch screen window is a little botched, you know.
Think Hollywood.
Now he's there. Please don't take it personally.
Okay. Do this right. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday, June 16th regular meeting of the Walnut Creek City Council. As some attendees may be participating in their first Walnut Creek City Council meeting or their first teleconference meeting, I wanted to welcome everyone and talk briefly about the public comment process in this meeting. As the chair of the meeting, it is my job to make sure that when the time comes for public comments, that everyone have a fair chance to express his or her own comments. It is the council's job to listen with as open a mind as humanly possible. There are rules to assure public comment is done in an orderly, equitable manner. I will explain those rules when the time comes for public testimony has opened. Please be courteous. Please focus on your message only. Public comment is the right of every person to express his or her own position without fear of debate or ridicule. Our forefathers meant that this freedom to express one's position comes with an obligation to accept that every other person has the same right or opportunity. This meeting is being held in accordance with the Brown Act as currently in effect under the State Emergency Services Act, the Governor's Emergency Declaration related to COVID-19, and the Governor's Executive Order N-29-20 issued on March 17th, 2020. That allows attendance by members of the City Council, city staff, and the public to participate and conduct this meeting by video conference. Video conference locations are not open to the public. To provide live comments, please join our Zoom video conference meeting. This meeting ID and passwords are, and I will repeat them. Meeting ID 987-7295-2967. Repeat, 987-7295-2967. A password is 190165. That's 190165. When I open the public comment period, please use the raise hand feature of Zoom or press *9 if you're connected by audio only. That will alert the staff that you have a public comment you would like to provide. Please wait your turn, and once brought into the meeting, state your name and city of residence for the record. As the council is conducting these meetings via video conference, and given the COVID-19 pandemic and the increased number of speakers that have wanted to make comments on various issues during our meetings, and consistent with city policies related to public comment, each speaker will have 2 minutes to make your remarks. At this time, would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would the city clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Francois.
Here.
Councilmember Silva.
Here.
Councilmember Waddell.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk.
Here.
Mayor Haskew.
Here. Next item on the agenda is the consideration item COVID-19 and the REBOUND program update. May I have the staff's presentation, please?
Yes, good evening, Dan Buckshire, City Manager. And while things have obviously changed a lot over the couple weeks, one thing that has not changed is we are still dealing with the global coronavirus pandemic, and we are intending to provide an update this evening. I'm going to provide an overview of the latest health orders and current status, effectively, if you will, of our operations and society in general. And then Assistant City Manager Terry Kilgore is going to walk through economic development and more specifically our REBOUND program that your council put into place a few weeks back. So if we could go to the next slide. So hopefully this looks familiar to everyone at this point, as we have intentionally been reviewing it for several meetings now. So we're aware there are 4 stages that were outlined by the governor in terms of how he intends to provide direction and guidance for how California should reopen, recognizing there will be variation by region and or by county. We are currently right in between stage 2 and stage 3. In fact, we must be on the same schedule because every time we have a council meeting, county health officer comes out with a new order shortly before the meeting, so that we have to update our slides and all of our talking points. So appreciate that opportunity to be nimble. But we are just entering stage 3, and I'll talk about that in a few more moments. And then effectively, I would anticipate we will be at stage 3 and or 2 for quite some time, as stage 4 effectively states that there would be no restrictions in place, which may suggest that there is a medical breakthrough, or that for some reason the virus itself has effectively disappeared. So next slide. As I mentioned here, you can see that more lower risk workplaces have been allowed to open over the last couple of weeks. Some shopping, obviously manufacturing, places of worship with considerable limitations on indoor attendance, and then more public places, as you can see here, are opening at least to some extent. And then again, outdoor recreation as well. There are childcare facilities, some summer schools and camps that are allowed to provide programming to groups of 12 children or less that have to remain in one cohort and cannot intermingle, if you will, with other groups of 12. It also means that for those of us who have younger kids at home, that they can only participate in one camp at a time, as they cannot intermingle with different groups. So I can attest firsthand that there are a lot of folks who are looking for ways to entertain their kids given these limitations that remain. And I do know that the school districts are working feverishly to figure out how to reopen the campuses to have in-person school in the fall. That will vary most likely by district and again by region. I don't have any information relative to the school districts that operate in Walnut Creek at this point. Next slide. All right, so this just hits on more of what we've been talking about. The announcement that came out today from the county health officers, effectively that personal care such as salons and barbershops can open up. That was the big news. I would imagine there will be a considerable wait to get in to see one's barber or hairstylist. And then you can see the difference being as we move further into stage 3, what else will be allowed, again, with social distancing requirements. Next slide. This is the updated graphic that became available about a week or so ago from the county. This is specific to Contra Costa County. It is not hard and fast in terms of the dates. They are anticipating, this is driven by what happens with the data in terms of number of cases, the amount of testing available, what the trends look like, how our cases are comparing to healthcare capacity. But assuming that things go well and continue on the trends they are, this is the time frame that the county health officers intend to continue open up society and lighten many of the shelter-in-place restrictions. So you can see here tomorrow, as I mentioned already, hair salons, barbershops And then there will be more that's available to do with respect to indoor dining, again, with social distancing, gyms and fitness centers and the like that you can see. Next slide. So last slide for me is an update. And again, this slide should look very familiar as we've intentionally included in several updates, recognizing more has been moving from the red portion of the slide to the green portion of the slide. City Hall is still closed to community members and to most of our employees. The Leisure Center, our several community centers, and then playgrounds are still closed again and again. This is our direct response to the county health orders that are in place that we are required to follow. And then lastly, there is more and more that's opening. I believe what's new since the last time we all saw this slide is that the dog park was added, the picnic and barbecue areas, our parking garages opened on Friday, and libraries are now offering curbside pickup. So I'm going to pause there, see if there are any questions from council before Terry jumps into the rebound program.
I'm not seeing any. So please go on. Oh,
Wait,
yes,
I did-
I do. Yes, I do. There is a council member Silva that wants to chatter.
So, thank you very much, Dan. Any sense of when City Hall staff would begin to come back into the workplace?
Yeah, we're working on that. We're likely looking at after the 4th of July, that following week. And again, what we're really focusing on are what services should we continue to provide remotely that have worked really well? Which of those are necessary to provide in service or would provide enhanced service to the public? We're also currently looking at all of the protocols that we would need to follow in terms of those entering, whether it be City Hall or any other facility for that matter, in terms of a temperature check, some basic type of health screening or inquiry, having an appropriate queuing system so that we ensure social distancing continues, not only for those visiting City Hall, but then also many of our workspaces. We do have a lot of folks that are in cubicles that may or may not be 6 feet apart. And we would be looking potentially at staggering work schedules, days of the week, and likely continuing with a fair bit of working from home in order to accommodate all of that. So it will be, more of a soft opening, if you will. And then what we're also looking bigger picture is, having done a trial with some of these services we're providing more digitally and through our website, what should we continue to do that and not provide as much in person if this is in fact work well and is preferred by our customers or our community members. So that is all underway, but I would anticipate it will be early to mid-July before we'll see a fair number of folks at City Hall.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Anybody else? I see none. Please continue. Please continue.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Terry Kilgore, Assistant City Manager. And for once, I'm excited to be in front of you to talk about some good news in our local economy. Next slide, please. So on May 19th, next slide, please. On May 19th, next slide again, you all approved the REBOUND program, which is a citywide program that has multiple layers to it. But the core focus that we're beginning with is how do we bring flexibility in operations to our businesses? How do we support them in their efforts to reopen under these staggered county guidelines? And so we're thrilled to see the county setting some target dates that people can plan for. But what we know is that social distancing is with us for a while. And so takeout food is going to continue to be important. Temporary signage is going to continue to be important. And allowing people more space in which to dine is also going to continue to be of note. Next slide. So REBOUND is often talked about as though the phase we're in right now, which is phase 1, is the only phase. And I wanted to share with you that that is not the approach that we're taking. Based on guidance from the ad hoc committee, we've broken the program into 3 phases. In the first phase, we really are focusing on downtown retail and restaurant. And then phase 2, we're going to shift to more of a citywide retail and restaurant focus. And then phase 3, we're coming back to some of our core industries, looking at how our automotive industry is faring, how our hospitality partners are doing. And then office, as we look at how both, as we mentioned just a moment ago, the City Hall office reopens, as well as other offices around our city. One thing I wanted to call out of note is we are taking a slightly different approach with this program than in other efforts that had ad hoc committees. We have not established any standing subcommittees. And in fact, for each phase and each specialty item, we are creating what we're calling subject matter expert groups, which are SMEs in our shorthand. So we have one for downtown. When downtown retail and restaurant phase wraps up, that group, which meets on an as requested basis from the ad hoc committee, will no longer meet unless there's another topic we need to reconvene on. And then we're also taking the approach of having some small working groups on very specific items. And the first one that's been formed is public art. And they're looking at how can we bring in some signature art pieces into the downtown as we look to activate and re-engage our customers. Next slide, please. So just a reminder on the timeline, May 19th, we have been moving fast, and we spent most of late May structuring the program elements and coming up with a pilot space with SOST in terms of how would we lay out these pop-ups, what kind of forms do we need. And I want to highlight for you that we've really taken the approach of what is the minimum standards of information and requirements that the city needs to feel that the space is operated both safely, as well as minimizing liability for our business partners as well as the city. And so this is really meant to be an iterative process. We've opted for fast, not perfect, much like our tech partners. This is going to require some continuous refinement. And so we're looking at these documents that we've released as first drafts. And if we can continue to make them better, we will. We'll talk about more this evening. Obviously, we got thrown a little surprise. We were in the process of getting ready to have all this ready to go when the protest happened, which effectively shut down downtown for several days. And so that slowed some of our progress in implementing. But the good news is the county came out and allowed outdoor dining. And so that enabled us to really ramp up the program. And as of June 10th, we launched the pop-ups and private patio pieces of the program, and we are off and running. Next slide. Coming next slide, please. Thank you. So the next thing that you will see happen, and in fact, it's already on the website, I believe, this evening, staff is finishing up the final elements that we spoke with you about around temporary signage, allowing sidewalk dining, and creating a walk-up window process that's extremely simplified. We have heard from our partners that we need to loop back around to talk some more about street closures, as well as gyms and personal services that need some specific strategies that are a little different than our retail and restaurant partners. So we'll be coming back around to those over the next few weeks. After that, we anticipate that we will be shifting more into phase 2, looking at the rest of the city retail and restaurant environment. And then phase 3, we're targeting mid-July to kick that off and really get underway. Next slide, please. So a pop-up in our lingo is where we're actively reusing city-owned parking spaces either for outdoor dining or retail sales. Up to this point, we've definitely seen more interest from our restaurant partners than our retail partners for logistical and staffing reasons. We tried our very best to keep material costs low, but still ensure safety. We're processing applications on a first come, first served basis. And what we're finding from our businesses is that we wish we could do everything in the same 6 parking spots. We wish we could provide curbside and outdoor dining and valet and everything else. And we realize we're really seeing our business partners have to balance those needs and figure out which one is most pressing for them, as well as worrying about, are they going to be able to operate the space? And how does it impact their deliveries and some other more basic functional needs that they have? Next slide. So getting a pop-up is actually straightforward process. There's some sub steps, but if a business is interested, we ask that they send us an email to rebound@walnutcreek.org, and you'll see that email specifically at the end of this presentation. From there, we'll come out and talk to them about their site. We'll get them the documents they need. They build, we do a safety inspection, and then they can move into operating. And they are responsible both for monitoring social distancing in the space, as well as keeping it clean. Next slide, please. I love these two pictures because I think they show well why we have to do this on a case-by-case basis. On the left-hand side, you can see the pavement has some slope to it. It has some cutouts that need to be worked around. And so visiting the actual space and figuring out if ADA ramps are needed or if there are fire hydrants or other things that might impact the business owner's desired layout early in the process, and agreeing on the space they can occupy is the first and most important step in the process. Our staff, next slide, did over 20 of these visits just last week. And I'm excited to tell you that we had 5 that were up and running in time for this last weekend. And we have another 4 that are set to launch in the next few days. That said, we have a wait list of 22 other businesses that are interested in having pop-ups, and they really are scattered throughout both the traditional downtown, south downtown, and we're even seeing interest from north downtown. Next slide, please. One of the other elements of the program is that we simplified the process to allow businesses to use parking lots or other open areas adjacent to their property that are privately owned. So we quickly saw our businesses take advantage of that. That ranged from patio space that previously was a shared common area if the property owner allowed it. All they had to do was go online and fill out a single page form, and they were off to the races. And so we saw the businesses on the right take advantage of that. Next slide, please. Parking management, always a hot topic. If you remember back in March when the crisis hit, we closed our garages and made all street parking free. As Dan mentioned, we recently reopened our garages because we were seeing so much demand in the downtown. Based on that demand, we will begin charging for parking at meters in the core downtown area starting July 1st. The pink box shows you a little thanks for coming back downtown reminder. We will start charging July 1st, but we're glad you're here. It's not a parking ticket. It's meant to be a friendly reminder to people that we are moving back into that space. Next slide, please. Street closures, hot topic. Nothing has been finalized. We are busy out meeting with business owners on streets that we had proposed, which are the ones in pink. The black rectangle adjacent to Broadway shows a block that we thought might be great, but for logistical reasons doesn't work. And then the yellow circles show some streets that business owners approached us and said, hey, we'd like you to look at these blocks and see if they couldn't work as well. So our goal is to finalize which blocks are approved to be closed and then set a schedule for those closures here in the next week or so. So more to come. This map is draft. These are simply discussion topics, and we will come back to you with a finalized map as we get closer. Next slide, please. Another important part of the program was to activate our downtown spaces. On the right, you can see someone got creative and provided masks for the bull man and his dog. We are looking for creative ways to bring more temporary public art into the downtown as part of some of these street closures. And then additionally, our partners in the arts, specifically the Arts Alliance and DRAA, are looking at ways to bring life and activity to the spaces. One bullet I forgot to add on here is we're thinking about bringing out some of the painted pianos again for return engagement. So while we know we can't gather in large crowds, we are looking for ways to create ambiance and a sense of energy in downtown. Next slide, please. Rebound program, we have a website launched. We are actively co-branding this with the Walnut Creek Together message, that we are all in this together and that we are all crucial players in helping our businesses reopen and be successful. Anyone who wants more information can find it on the city website. There's a banner page you click on, or you can do walnutcreek.org/rebound, or send us an email at rebound@walnutcreek.org, and we will be happy to answer any questions or listen to any cool ideas you might have. So thank you very much, Mayor. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Are there any council members that have questions? I see 2 hands, and I'm going to start with Councilmember Silva.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Terry, for the report. there's a couple of questions that may have come up repeatedly that we've heard in this process. One is, how has it been working with the Alcoholic Beverage Commission on what their rules are going to be? Because that was a hurdle that had to be addressed. Can you tell us the short story?
Yes, I will say overall, ABC has been surprisingly flexible. That's not normally how they roll. So it's been a pleasant surprise, but we did have a little bit of a hiccup where the county had said we were open and could do outdoor dining, including alcoholic beverages. And the ABC kept saying, no, you don't have the governor's approval. Turns out there was an issue in processing the variance paperwork between the state and the county. So that all got cleared up on Friday, I'm happy to report. So we are back in action. And to ABC's credit, they rose to meet the moment, is the popular phrase these days, where they created a $100 permit for these extensions of premise. And so businesses can get those really rapidly. So overall, we have a few hiccups in the beginning, but I think we're off to the races.
I know one of the questions that was evolving during this time was, how can we keep this simple and fast? How has that gone in terms of the number of the amount of information we require and how fast we're processing it?
Yes. So we're definitely on a learning curve, as are the businesses. And so we, like I said before, we got 5 out of the gate on Friday. And then we have a wait list. We've been working with our engineering team and economic development team to streamline how we're setting these spaces up in advance and seeing where we can trim time off those approvals. The trickiest part of all of it, honestly, is for the businesses to get their insurance documents. And so now we've got them starting earlier in the process, which seems to be helping as well. So,
and is that to indemnify the city, or just so that they have the appropriate insurance so that they can have alcoholic beverages outside, or what is that insurance related to?
It's both. So it's to ensure they're covered and to ensure that we're covered. You
showed the map and the streets that are being considered for closure. Some sent emails early on, even back in April and May, and said, why not just close Main and Locust and make it a big outdoor mall? Why was that approach not being taken?
Well, we actually started from that approach because I think we had quite a few staff members that thought that sounded fun too, myself included. And as we talked to the businesses, the practicality of that just wasn't there. Given how many of them are relying on takeout business still to supplement income, those curbside spaces were important. And then as they looked ahead to both indoor dining coming online as well as outdoor, they knew that they weren't going to be allowed to have as many people inside their restaurants, at least in the near future. So, they looked at it and said, yeah, we'd love to have the whole space for dining, but we're not willing to trade off that proximate curbside pickup. And then it also caused some problems with the fire department that we could have overcome should everyone have been thrilled about it. But the businesses just really weren't as excited as we thought they would be. We also explored the idea of what if we made Main and Locust one way in each direction. And there was some interest on that, but everybody kind of coalesced around the idea of let's start with using the parking spaces. The businesses obviously had to staff up, increase inventory, and make sure they could really manage the space. And they didn't want to bite off too much more than they could chew. So
this the outcome that we have and the direction you're going is a result of conversations, or was there a survey, or both?
It was both. It was a survey and it was multiple conversations, both in groups and one-on-one. And we took the approach of the intent of the program is to help our businesses. And so the way we best do that is to listen to our businesses.
And my last question is so we have some restaurants that are now working in their private spaces for the outdoor dining. Is there anything that a restaurant in one of these neighborhood shopping centers, if they came forward now and said, what do I need to do? What would you tell them? Even though we haven't actually, it's not that they can't, it's just what they need to do.
Yes, businesses citywide are eligible. In fact, and I'm going to say this wrong. Is it Massey's or Massays? I've heard it both ways. Up on
Yes,
North Main has signed up for the program. What we ask is that if you're not the property owner, that you have the approval of your property owner to do this. But if you do have that, it's a simple online form that you fill out and submit, and you're off to the races.
Thank you. And thanks to all of you who've been working so hard, because it's yeoman's work to be able to get this done in such a short period of time with a few competing priorities as well.
Thank you. And I did forget to mention how hard our staff has worked on this. It has been an all hands on deck effort from Public Works, engineering, planning, code enforcement, and economic development. So thank you for acknowledging that.
Mayor Pro Tem. Next, Kevin.
Oh, thank you. And can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I had the opportunity to be able to eat out at Broderick Outdoors the other night, and it was great. And actually talking to the owners, they were really appreciative that the staff has been so quick to be able to respond and be able to work with them. So that was great to hear, just from really unsolicited. He came over to my table and started telling me. So I didn't prime him up or anything. I did have a couple of questions. First of all, to piggyback onto one of your last answers, are restaurants allowed to serve alcohol outdoors if people are not ordering food, or do they have to order food?
You know, interestingly, the ABC just came out with an amendment that said for bars, they do not have to serve food. So previously they had indicated you had to serve food and someone had to order food. They have backed off that requirement. So people do not have to order food at this point.
At a bar, what about at a restaurant?
My understanding is it applies to both, but I'm going to asterisk that with I need my police department expert to weigh in on that.
Okay, I'm sure people will be interested to hear that. Find out more. When indoor dining opens with the safety protocols, which it sounds like it'll be around July 1st, will the city be tasked with enforcing those dining safety protocols, and how is that going to be enforced?
Yeah, great question. It's going to be a combination approach. One, we've seen our restaurant partners start to self-police a little bit, primarily because they all share staff and many of them share customers like us. So there's that leg. WCD has taken a proactive approach when they see violations to go and talk to the business owner about it. And then obviously we have our staff and our citizens who are all being watchful as well. But ultimately, the police department approach is if they are called in to take an education first approach. And what they've found so far is most people are willing to comply when requested. They will cite if required, but that is not our preferred option if we can get people to comply voluntarily.
Sure. Okay, thanks. And just one more question. And I'm a complete proponent of what we're doing downtown, and I've already heard people saying we should leave it like this forever. I'm sure that's a conversation for a later day, but are we keeping a running count of how many parking spaces are being used while we're doing this? I'm getting asked some questions of, okay, well, that's great, but we just lost 100 spaces, and as we know, parking is at a premium, and that always is a hot topic, as you just mentioned.
Mm-hmm. Yes, parking and signage, always the hottest of topics. So we are keeping a tally. I don't have the number for you this evening. In our financial projections, we're assuming when we add in curbside, ultimately will be around 125 parking spaces, just based on our rough estimates. But I can get you that official number shortly.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Waddell, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I too had the opportunity. It's weird to have an excitement to go out and get a beer, but after 3 months and closed indoors, I had the opportunity to go to La Conta, my favorite restaurant, and they too were excited about the opportunity to go out into the street. Unfortunately, they didn't. When I was there, it wasn't open, but he was very excited about that opportunity. So thank you for moving so quickly on this. My question is also around parking. It's my understanding that the private or primary individual that runs the private parking here in Walnut Creek will be starting to charge for parking here in the next couple of weeks.
Mhm.
And what is staff doing in order to ensure that we don't get overrun? If they're charging for parking and we're not charging for parking, I can only assume that everyone that would be parking in private parking would then go to the cheapest spot. So
Mhm.
considering that our numbers, especially over this past weekend, were above 85% in our downtown area, is there any consideration about starting charging parking in coordination with the private sector?
Well, we have been coordinating closely with our private partners, especially at ParkSmart. We were just on a call with them this afternoon. So yes, it's a team approach. I think they may even start charging here sooner, is the rumor I heard. But the way we're looking at this is the core spaces in the downtown, we start charging for those, both private and public, and people will move out. So they'll move to the garages or they'll move to the purple poles. And then as demand rises enough in those areas, we'll then start to implement charging for parking in those areas again, is the general thinking at the moment. We have more discussions to be had on that approach.
So if I understand and I understand it's all kind of in the air right now, and I get that.
Mhm.
If I understand what you just said, that you're in coordination with our private parking partners, we would start charging in coordination with them in our downtown core area,
Mhm.
and then expand that out as demand. So demand fits. So our downtown would charge, parking, and the outside areas would still be free. Parking structures would still be free.
That is the intent. And then when demand rises to a certain point, we would start charging in waves.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Councilmember Francois.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Terry and staff and the members of the subcommittee for being so proactive on this very important issue. I had a few questions. Unlike my fellow council members, I haven't had the good fortune to go downtown and have a beer yet, but I'm anxiously waiting doing that. And are the pop-up structures, so they're communal or restaurant specific?
It varies. So for the early restaurants or restaurants that are, have either vacant spaces or a driveway between them and everyone else, they're standalone. On Locust Street, we saw our first collaborative effort running from Broderick's to through Vanessa's, La Conta, and Limon. And I think I've got La Conta and Limon backwards. But they partnered up to do one long row of safety fencing and then did some internal splits of the space between them. So we've seen both so far.
So we don't really, we don't encourage it, but we don't discourage it. We don't regulate that. If the restaurants get together and want to do it, it's allowed.
Yes.
Perfect. And then my other main question was on the gyms and services, and it sounds like that's still a work in progress, but what are some of the ideas that are being thought about in that regard?
We had a request come in from one of our local gyms saying, hey, we'd like to use some parking spots to do an outdoor fitness class. Could we do that? And then we had a salon say, hey, it might be fun to have a, get your nails done outside event. We haven't really dug in on those, if those are one-time events or if they're really worth dedicating set parking spots for. It might be something that makes more sense to host in some of the street space that we might close down. So these are just purely ideas, but what it highlighted for us as staff is we didn't really think about them. We were thinking so much about restaurant and retail that we need to go back and have a little more discussion around what are their unique needs.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I was downtown yesterday and saw that batch of restaurants working together and how they've turned what is basically a streetscape into almost a garden-like environment. There is some incredible creativities. Can you please tell us what we're going to do next in terms of the Rebound Committee?
Sure. So staff is going to keep diligently processing the applications, working on some of these creative ideas. We're going to have a check-in meeting with our subject matter experts to hear if there's any issues that they're hearing that perhaps we're not, or any other ideas that maybe they've had along the way. And then we'll shift gears to making sure we've spread the message by going out and talking to the property managers for some of our larger shopping centers, talking to our strip mall owners and businesses, as well as talking to our restaurant and retailers who are in standalone buildings and what they might be able to do in those spaces, or have thought about, but maybe we haven't. Once we get through that, hopefully all of our restaurant, retail, and personal services are off to the races and diligently serving customers and making money, hopefully. And then we will shift our attention to more core industries like our office tenants and our automotive and hospitality sectors. So more to come. This is really meant to be just the first phase.
Good, thank you. Excellently done by staff. It was really impressive to watch the vim and vigor that they exhibited trying to make this as nimble as possible. And I think they've impressed pretty much everybody. That's it. Now, we're going to open this for public comment. And as I explained before, there are some rules that apply to public comments. And I want to make sure everybody who is listening in knows this particular rule. It's this is a consideration item, and the public comment should be directly related to what was presented for this item only. If you have something that is related later on to one of our further consideration items, that's when you should be raising your hand for that particular one. And there is, in the meantime, general public comment, and that's kind of a free-for-all. That being said, does anybody wish to make a comment about this consideration item, COVID-19 and the REBOUND program update? City Clerk, do you see anybody?
Yes, we have a few. We'll start bringing them in.
Thank you.
Lori Varlas.
Laura, you're on mute.
Great. Can you hear me now? Great. Thank you. I'd like to begin just by complimenting Terry and the team who did an amazing job in these unprecedented times, bringing this together and bringing life back to our community. They did an outstanding job. My question is, as it relates to COVID-19 and the phases that were rolled out, I saw in phase 1 that church services are going to be held outside, but I saw no further comments. And hopefully this is an oversight on the slide as far as future phases where churches can, assemble. And I think Attorney General Barr was very clear in his communications with Wisconsin about not picking winners and losers. Has there been any considerations of churches beyond phase 1 meeting outside?
Okay, thank you. We'll address that later after the other comment. Is there another comment?
Jen.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Jen Hebert. I'm a resident of Walnut Creek. Thank you for allowing me to raise a question. It might need to be addressed later. As we move into stage 2, 3, and this might have been a Dan comment, but do we have thoughts, or can you make maybe transparent what our test, trace, and isolate plan is to complement that move into stage 2, 3?
Okay, thank you. Do you have anything further to say?
I would love to know if there are, who are the subject matter experts that Terry mentioned, and if there are any medical professionals who are participating.
Okay, anything else?
What happens if the restaurants who are opening up, we are asking them to maintain social distancing. But what happens if they don't? Like, what sort of accountability or enforcement is there? And I think that's it in terms of questions for now.
And I should have asked the other speaker if she had, if there were any other questions. So if that person wants to raise their hand, I will ask the city clerk to let her in and have a chance. Thank you. Thank you, Jen. Is there anybody else?
We have Kasha.
Hey, Kasha.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes. Keep going.
Logan, my name's Kate from. Can you hear me?
Yes. You hear me?
Yeah, I just wanted to.
No, actually, you're fading in and out.
Can you hear me now?
I can, yes.
Okay, great. I apologize for that. My internet connection's not great right now.
Oh, do I know that? Yes, okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to second the previous speaker's request for more information about testing, tracing, and enforcement around the public health officers' requirements in terms of face masks, social distancing, who are going to be the people that we're holding accountable for that, and what penalties might businesses face for that, what penalties might civilians face for not following those rules, if any. Thank you.
You're welcome, thank you. Did that other person come back with other questions? No. Are there any written items?
We have no written comments on this item.
Okay, I will ask, I think, let's start with the city manager to address some of those questions.
Yeah, good evening, Dan Buckshire, city manager. So let me answer a couple of the questions. Those related to testing, tracing, tracking, capacity of healthcare and whatnot, that is all available through the county. And we're following the county's lead. That is what the county health officer, those data points are being used for their consideration when they update health orders. And so we are not directly involved, but have that information. Unfortunately, I guess it proved to be a short-sighted decision. I had that information included in the slide and decided to remove it for brevity purposes, knowing we had a long evening this evening. So that information is available. I would encourage folks, and if anybody wants to send me an email, I could send them those slides as well that provide more information about that. So yes, that is being closely tracked. Additionally, I believe as of today, maybe it takes effect tomorrow, for places of worship can hold indoor services as long as they follow state guidelines that are put into place, which are related to the number of people that are allowed inside at any one point in time and have social distancing requirements. So that is underway.
I think it's 100 people, isn't it, Dan? It's up as many as 100.
Yeah, obviously dependent upon the size of the facility. And then I'll let Terry answer the questions about who are the subject matter experts for the phases and what happens if restaurants do not socially distance.
Thank you.
So the subject matter experts are property owners and business owners in the downtown. And I have to say, I didn't bring the list with me. So I would have to provide that after the fact. I apologize. And it also includes Walnut Creek downtown representatives to ensure that we're coordinating with them as well. The accountability for those businesses that are using city parking spaces, the ultimate backstop there is in their agreements that they sign with the city to use those spaces. We have the ability to revoke those privileges if they are not complying. obviously we would hope that we could bring them into compliance with coordination with police and with economic development and city manager's office. I don't actually know what the penalties are. I will need to get back to you on that, but I can tell you that we are taking this very seriously. Sometimes the hardest thing to do is, I've watched a couple of restaurants already, is the server or the manager goes out and tells people to stop pulling tables together or congregating, and they walk away after everybody's fixed everything. And as soon as they're back inside the restaurant, somebody comes and does the same thing. So it's a little bit of a constant effort that, it's easy to see in any one moment in time people who aren't following the rules. But I do know our business owners are trying to take this seriously, as are we. So we'll come back with additional information. And then in answer to a prior question from Councilmember Wilk, staff is telling me that so far we have pledged the use of 20 parking spaces for the 5 businesses that are in action now. That number will increase, obviously, with the 22 in the pipeline.
Okay, that wraps up this item. And next on the agenda is the consent calendar. Does any council member wish to pull an item on the consent calendar? I see none. Does any member?
I was going to move adoption of the consent calendar items 1A through E.
And thank you. I am just going to offer the public a chance to opine about whether they want to make comment on any of the items on the consent calendar. Is that the case, City Clerk Martinez?
We do have a member of the public who'd like to provide comment.
Thank you. Please call them forward.
Lindsay?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I just wanted to comment that I was surprised to learn that there's a $934 fee for a candidate to the city council to get the candidate statement printed in the booklet. Especially since, if my Googling is correct, the pay for the position is only $650 a month. And I'm just concerned that this would disproportionately impact and deter those who have less disposable income, especially as so many people are being economically impacted by the coronavirus crisis. So I noticed that it said that the city clerk is charged with establishing a procedure for waiving the fee for indigent candidates. And I'm just wondering if that procedure has been established, what it is, if it's publicly posted, and if you can direct me to it.
All right. I don't know the answer. Does anybody at staff know the answer about whether we've posted? City Clerk, do you have the answer?
We do not have the information posted, but it's a form that I have available and that I can provide. We are still working on updating our the elections page on our website, so we can provide that there come end of June, early July.
Thank you.
All right, I have a motion. I honestly don't remember if I have a second to accept.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I now have the full complement. May I have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Silva?
Aye.
Councilmember Francois?
Aye.
Councilmember Waddell?
I'm an aye, just with a notation that I'm a no on item E.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk?
Aye.
Mayor Haskew?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, noting a no vote on 2E from Councilmember Waddell.
Thank you very much. I have had a request for a break, and so we will have a 10-minute break. It is 6:55. Please come back by 7:05, and we will continue on with the council meeting. Next on the agenda is public communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items not on the agenda. Emphasize not on the agenda. Under the Brown Act, the council cannot act on any items raised during public communications, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, or request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Are there any items, any people who wish to speak on items not on the agenda?
We have several speakers. We'll go ahead and start bringing them in.
I think so.
Okay. Mina?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. My name is Mina Arista, and I am a resident of Moraga, but I largely grew up in Walnut Creek. And I wanted to ask each of the council members what specific anti-racist action that they've taken since the death of George Floyd, and what they plan on doing in an effort to make Walnut Creek a more pro-Black city. And in addition, what they plan to do to ensure justice for the family of Miles Hall.
Thank you, Mina. Next speaker, please. Jen, you're on mute. Jen, you're on mute.
I got a little misconnection on there. Let me move my, good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, and Chief of Police. Say his name, Miles Hall. Miles is not on the national evening news, but the video of him being shot and killed by the Walnut Creek police is painful for those of us who live in Walnut Creek, because it didn't need to happen. Walnut Creek has a civilian police force, and our police are not at war with their citizens. I recognize that they have been handed too many tasks, some of which would be better handled by other professionals. Defunding the police doesn't mean disbanding. It means moving some of the resources to mental health and other areas. Let's have a discussion about what responsibilities we want our police to cover. Just as the hospitals have physicians' assistants that handle certain medical tasks to relieve the load on doctors, why can't we do something similar with the police department? The County of Alameda is creating a mobile mental health team. Let's work with our neighbor cities and county to develop something similar to our homeless core team for mental health. I look forward to the time when people of color who live in our city feel safe to drive their car, shop, go to a restaurant, or use a park, and not feel followed or ask, why are you here? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Scott Rafferty.
Hello.
Hi, Scott.
How are you? Yes, I will want to address some of the particulars of the update, which raised some concerns, but I have a larger matter that I think pervades much of what the council does in the upcoming months. And it was really captured by Fawn Hall in 2 sentences when she said, "Are you listening? You do not control the police." And the police are at the center of so much of the decision-making in the city. First of all, there has been an opportunity for over a year to really be on the leading edge of doing something about accountability in the excessive use of force. And we did not avail ourselves of that opportunity. And the police should be called to account for that. Secondly, the attack on Broadway Plaza was foreseeable. As soon as Apple boarded up, as soon as Target boarded up, we should have seen the police with plywood and barricades protecting the smaller merchants in Broadway Plaza. I don't feel safe because a tank is running down the streets of Walnut Creek. I would feel safe if my police were doing prevention and protecting not just our property, but our values. It wasn't an attack on Broadway Plaza. It was an attack on our ability to deliver social services and library services, all the things that we care about. Finally, I think the procedures for emergency preparedness are so unclear, and the curfew being called initially for 8 days was not excusable. So I hope these larger pictures are corrected and you zero-based budget the police. And they call to explain what they are doing and why it costs so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Next speaker, please.
Abe.
Hi, my name is Abe Sohn. I'm a resident of Walnut Creek, and it's going off of the things that have already been said. But first of all, I want to acknowledge that the 8 Can't Wait campaign is later, and I think it is good that we're at least talking about the issue. But I also would like to ask that, or I would like to remind the council or talk about with the council that we are sending in police to do the wrong jobs, as I think Jan said. And you wouldn't send a dermatologist to do a surgeon's job. And I have personal experience with this. A friend of mine was having a mental health crisis. He was thinking of killing himself. And he was texting me these thoughts. And I was on the phone with my sister, who's a social worker, who's with a master's in behavioral analysis, as well as the police department. And when the police department arrived to my friend's house, the police said all of the things that my sister said were the wrong things to say. And then they left within 5 minutes, ignoring my request to 5150 my friend and ensure his safety. He ended up being fine, but had my sister or someone with the proper training been there to address the situation, I'm sure it would have worked out much differently. And so I would ask the council to look at initiatives that other cities have taken, such as San Francisco. Los Angeles has recently proposed something where responses to nonviolent calls are responded to with people who have the training to address the situation, mental health professionals, social workers, these kinds of people. And I would ask the city council to consider, as Miles Hall's name has been brought up a few times, what might have happened if the proper people had responded to the call regarding Miles Hall. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Abe. Next.
Karen.
Karen, you're on mute.
Okay, you can hear me now.
Yes.
Yeah, I was wondering about police accountability and accountability about Miles Hall. And I've been looking at your agenda, your attachments here. You're going to go through a lot of various attachments. And most of the language in those have loopholes you could drive a truck through. You know, when feasible, the police will do this. When feasible, you know, when they consider they're threatened, which as Barbara Lee just said today, they always feel threatened. I mean, so it seems kind of very vague language that isn't too specific. I had something to read. I'll read it and see if I can do this within 2 minutes. The historic uprisings over racial injustice all over the country and world require municipalities to take a hard look at what they truly value, and the city's budget reflects its values and what they prioritize. Many cities are reevaluating policing practices and funding. Cutting libraries and other desperately needed basic services while maintaining, even increasing possibly, funding for policing is counterproductive. Funding for health, education, housing, employment, and reentry programs must take priority. Law enforcement should not be taking on the jobs of responding to mental health crises or policing schools. There needs to be a redirection of funding from law enforcement to counselors, social workers, and others trained for these skills, with these skills. For too long, however, funding for law enforcement has never been reduced. But Walnut Creek, I just learned today, wants to have a drastic cut in library and staff, and lay off and fire many workers. And this COVID crisis and the economic crisis is not making people's incomes more stable and better. So this would be a time to help people and really look at your budget carefully.
Thank you, Karen. May we know your whole name and may we know
Yeah,
where
I'm Karen Perkins. I'm in Rossmore and Walnut Creek.
Thank you very much.
We have Steve S.
Okay.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Steve Steinberg. I am a Walnut Creek resident, lifelong, grew up here. My parents live in Alamo. And I was calling in today to talk about the recent protests. I've been inspired by what I've seen recently. And while I recognize that there's definitely been some instances of looting and inappropriate behavior, the protests have been largely peaceful. But I've been dismayed by some of the things that I saw from our local police departments early on in the protests, including, most importantly, the use of tear gas. And I read the report, and I do want to thank the city for the thorough report on the recent events that went into great detail. But I don't think I would like to see the city ban the use of tear gas. The problem with tear gas, first of all, it's a weapon of war. It has a potential for serious permanent harm to people, and it's particularly unwise to use it during something like the COVID crisis. It's also indiscriminate, and that's the problem, is that while I recognize that you could have a situation where you have a few people who are engaging in vandalism and other inappropriate behavior, tear gas does not discriminate between peaceful protesters and other folks. And I don't think that its use was appropriate in this circumstance. And so I'd like to see the city consider and vote on a proposal to ban the use of tear gas going forward. I'd also like to see the city continue to adopt more of the 8 Can't Wait recommendations. I did read the report, and I'm glad to see that we're moving in the right direction on that front, but I'd like to see the city adopt the rest of those. So thank you very much for your time, and thank you for your efforts in moving things in the right direction.
Thank you.
Mia Portner.
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to add on to what has already been said. I'm Mia Portner, along with my friend and fellow community activist Justine Weingartner. I'm here in representation of Extinction Rebellion Youth Walnut Creek, our city's chapter of a global climate activism nonprofit. We are here in full support of the proposed defunding and demilitarization of the WCPD. However, we have looked into the city budget and found minimal information about the following necessary community services: affordable housing, mental health services, homeless support and shelter, education, queer and transgender resources, and green energy. Once the WCPD is necessarily defunded, we would like to see those funds reallocated to these community services. However, we need more information than what is provided in the city budget to make an informed plan. So we come here to ask you, do these services exist? And if so, how much funding do they receive, and under what categories would they belong in the city budget? That's what I had written down, but I'd also like to add, after hearing other people speak, I was there at the first protests in Walnut Creek, So I was there to witness kids getting shot with rubber bullets and kids getting arrested. And some people even around me and me were tear gassed. And I had brought solution to spray people down. I was chased by someone dressed in military, like the National Guard. I'd like to say that none of the kids in the crowd were doing anything harmful or even remotely violent. All of us were sitting with our hands, all of us were either kneeling or standing far away from the police. And until they used excessive force and, as they said, tear gas, shooting, things like that, should never be allowed for peaceful protesting. And also I want to speak on, I know that the council is later going to talk about the 8 Can't Wait campaign, but also like to say that reform is not enough to solve the issue. It's not.
Yeah, I'm interrupting. We will be talking about that later, and you'll have another opportunity to join us. So thank you.
You'll have another opportunity to talk about the 8 Can't Wait, or what?
Yes, you will.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Catherine.
Thank you. Catherine, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry about that. Yes. Hi. Can everyone hear me now?
Oh, yeah.
Great. Hi. Good evening to everyone in the meeting. 3 years ago, when pregnant, I moved with my husband to Walnut Creek, where I now reside, so that I could raise my son closer to my family in the city where I was born. As a community member, I have always felt it's my responsibility to actively work and contribute to making Walnut Creek a community that is supportive, safe, and inclusive of all people. On June 1st, I attended the protest against police brutality in downtown Walnut Creek, as many others have attested to tonight. I have attended protests and marches in the past, including ones in Walnut Creek, and yet I have never felt the amount of unease I felt at this specific protest, not because of my fellow protesters, but because of the extreme presence of law enforcement, with apparent riot gear, barking dogs on leashes jumping out at us while we were marching alongside children, rubber bullet weaponry, armored vehicles that were all on display. I was afraid. I was afraid to express my thoughts in front of my community members. And I was very concerned that this presence created an escalated atmosphere which could easily and unnecessarily spiral out of control, putting myself and demonstrators as well as law enforcement in danger. Throughout the time I was there, despite the heavy police presence and the presence of a heckler hurling racist slurs at protesters, the demonstrators worked together peacefully to de-escalate, to help each other stay calm, and to keep our focus on peacefully protesting and listening to the lived experiences of people of color. However, the Walnut Creek Police Department still used police dogs, tear gas, and rubber bullets on unarmed civilians. This is not the first time that this has happened and that the Walnut Creek Police Department has used unnecessary and disproportionate force on civilians. I understand the very real stressors and demands on law enforcement, and that their jobs involve many split-second decisions. However, this is exactly why we must better prepare our law enforcement and be aware of the implicit biases that all of us are subject to developing. The City of Walnut Creek desperately needs regular mandatory diversity and anti-bias training for all leadership and law enforcement. This will allow...
Your 2 minutes are up.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, 4 seconds. Sorry, I apologize. I have yet to figure out how to read that clock.
We have Safi Hassani.
Safani, you're on mute.
My name is Safi, not Safani.
Oh, I apologize. I even have my glasses on. I'm sorry.
Okay. My name is Safi Hassani. I went to school in Walnut Creek. Miles Hall was brutally and unjustly murdered by Walnut Creek police officers. Think about that. Protests against the brutality of the police. Protests against the brutality of the police force was met with force by the Walnut Creek Police Department. Teenagers were shot by rubber bullets. A 14-year-old child of color was assaulted with tear gas by police officers. All of this force because of some clothing being stolen from stores? No. It was because people who are not welcome in Walnut Creek were there. This isn't just an issue of funding or lack of social services. It is a blatant and obvious sign of force by the Walnut Creek Police Department saying that people of color, specifically Black people, are not welcome in the town. It is a clear message that people with mental health issues are not welcome in the town. It is a clear message that unless you are neurotypical, able-bodied, rich, straight, and white, you are not welcome here. You should all be ashamed of the blood spilled on your hands. Defund and abolish the police of Walnut Creek. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pam?
Okay, I hope you can hear me. This is Payam Zamani. I'm the CEO of One Planet Group on Bonanza. I live in Alamo, but I've been the CEO of the company in Walnut Creek for a long time. I want to propose that Walnut Creek show our support of the Black Lives Matter movement and that we demonstrate our commitment to dismantling systemic racism within our businesses, educational institutions, and government agencies through a large Black Lives Matter mural painted on Bonanza Street. One Planet Group located at 1820 Bonanza Street will finance this project. I also propose we change the name of Bonanza Street to Black Lives Matter Way. The street name change is significant for several reasons. The word bonanza means a situation or event that creates a sudden increase in wealth, good fortune, or profits. Now is the time to do away with the archaic business model of winning at all costs, because oftentimes it means an unequal distribution of wealth and a win at the harm of others. Walnut Creek is predominantly white, nearly 80%, and upper middle class. We need to show that we're not a hamlet untouched by the tragedies and harm done to Black people in our society, but that we're willing to step up, educate ourselves, listen, and change for the betterment of the whole community. Bonanza Street is only 0.3 miles, but with several restaurants and hair salons and so on, and closed during the pandemic, this can bring rejuvenation, revitalization, and can bring more traffic to Bonanza Street. Over the years, Walnut Creek has championed movement to be progressive and more inclusive. And we've done that in 2019 with the conference that we had for women with a specific focus on race. I believe that Walnut Creek will receive overwhelming support from the community at large for these changes. As a dedicated business partner, One Planet pledges to assist the city in making these changes a reality immediately. I hope you're not going to wait a long time. This is an important matter. It costs you nothing, and it will send a huge message of love to a lot of people all over the Bay Area and frankly, the entire country. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, I'm watching the timer and it goes down and then it starts up again. Is that what it's supposed to do?
Yes.
Okay, so that means that when it hits 0 and then goes up, I now know how much they're overtime.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, that's cleared up. Next speaker, please.
Emmy?
Is there a way to have the timer heard?
Can you not hear it?
No.
Okay, I will. Yes. Let me work on that, bringing it closer.
Okay, but Emmy, would you please start? Emmy? Hello, Emmy?
No.
Emmy, we're going to give you till the count of 10. Would you please say something so we know you're there?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Sorry, that took a minute there. Okay, so my name is Emmy. I was born and raised in Walnut Creek. My parents live in Alamo, but Alamo doesn't have a police department. But I hope to raise my children in Walnut Creek. Walnut Creek is my home. It's my community. I'm actually a teacher in Walnut Creek too. So I love the children there, and I can't begin to express how much I care about my community. But I don't feel safe by the Walnut Creek Police Department. I have been harassed by the police. I was stopped one sunny afternoon. I was just walking down the street, and I was stopped and asked a lot of uncomfortable questions that didn't make me feel safe. I have heard stories by people of color and Black people who have been harassed by the Walnut Creek police. I witnessed my fiance, who is an immigrant, get harassed by the Walnut Creek police. And when I went to that protest in Walnut Creek, the only thing that made me feel unsafe, just as everyone else mentioned, was the police, the helicopters, the dogs, the tear gas. See, the thing is, I recognized high school students, my high school students, get tear gassed. And that made me feel something that I can't really put into words. And I couldn't help but think that maybe one of those police officers was the one who killed Miles Hall, who I went to high school with. We went to high school together. I was greatly disturbed by the Walnut Creek Police Department and how they reacted to their own residents. I wonder how much money it costs for them to have all of those weapons that they used against their own residents. As a teacher, I have a professional relationship with the police, and I think it would be much better if there was a cut in the 30% budget that you have for the police that was instead reallocated into social services and other resources that support our families, our children, and our community, as other cities have in response to the brutal police violence that has erupted across the country. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emily. Okay.
Izzy?
Izzy, unmute, please.
Hi.
Hi there.
I'm Izzy Rossi. I was born and raised in Walnut Creek. I think it's a great move to discuss the 8 Can't Wait campaign later. It's better late than never. The Walnut Creek Police Department posted their response to the campaign describing their relevant policies. I think based off their behavior at the June 1st protest and the death of Miles Hall both prove the inefficacy of the policies they already have in place. Their post implies they have no room for improvement and exhibits a lack of remorse and a fear of loss of authority. They instead try to invalidate the attempts at peaceful protesting by the city's youth by publicly lying and discrediting them. At this point, it's a matter of their words versus the words of the protesters and who has more to lose. As great of a step in the right direction as the 8 Can't Wait campaign is, it still leaves room for a lack of accountability, which needs to be corrected. Unfortunately, it comes down to human nature and the idea that rules are only effective for some when they face consequences for breaking them. Unfortunately, some people are not driven by trying to help. Unfortunately, some people will do bad things if they feel they'll get away with it. A precedent has been set in both Walnut Creek and nationally that police officers do not face consequences for causing unnecessary harm. And the discretion for deciding whether their actions are wrong or right is in unquestionable hands. The fact that the police officers who killed Miles Hall are still policing our streets and the attack of the protesters both show the police officers in this city are not held accountable for their actions. I watched with my own eyes as they shot tear gas at a group of kids who were running away from them unprovoked. I heard as they discussed the plan in reference to how they gassed the protesters. It was clear to me that it was not a reaction to violence, but a premeditated incitement of it. I heard an officer joke about shooting protesters almost exactly a year after 2 of his fellow officers shot and killed a young man in this town. They have nothing to fear because they are protected, and that's what needs to change. The citizens of this town are the ones you should protect at all costs, and not just the white and affluent ones. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Lucas.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Lucas Carboni, lifelong resident of Walnut Creek, he, him, and this is my comment. After Harambe the gorilla's death, the Cincinnati Zoo implemented reforms by installing a protective barricade. But where it acted, Walnut Creek did nothing meaningful after Miles Hall died. This zoo did more for a gorilla than Walnut Creek did for a black man. One could justify Harambe's death, but there's no justification for Miles Hall's death when he threatened no one and the police knew of his condition. A neo-Nazi with a gun almost shot up my high school and the police arrested him without firing a single shot. But that same police shoots and kills a black man with gardening equipment. The police gets $25 million a year. And in my neighborhood, a woman could have died after a car hit her walking down her street, Walnut Avenue, because the city won't install a sidewalk when they've known that street's been dangerous for 45 years. 400 fellow Walnut Creekers are homeless, and the police gets $25 million. And they use the money to gas a 14-year-old for peacefully protesting on the freeway. There's a photo in the Chronicle of a girl shot with bullets in the eye, blood gushing for protesting. Hit in the eye from that close, she could have died. The cops have the chutzpah to arrest someone for assault with a deadly weapon, threw tear gas back at the police in self-defense. Was the gas not deadly when the cops threw it at him? Do your job, agree to Miles Hall's family's demands, and on top of that, disarm, defund, and abolish the police now. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the end of my.
I don't know what he said. Ellie, you're on mute.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
All right, yeah, I'm Ali Nurzad. I now live in San Ramon, but I was born and grew up in Walnut Creek. I am a student organizer with the local Young Democratic Socialists of America chapter at Diablo Valley College. I was feeling okay before joining this call, but after listening to you all discuss road closures and parking spaces for 30 minutes, I'm like about ready to give in at this point. So I attended a Black Lives Matter protest in Walnut Creek a couple of weeks ago where me and 1,000 or so young people peacefully assembled throughout the streets of Walnut Creek. And although we arrived with the intention of being peaceful and maintained our peace throughout the entire protest, the police did not share our intentions. Despite our peaceful protest, we end up being greeted by an over-aggressive police force armed to the teeth with riot gear and literal tanks. And at 5:55 p.m., with only a 5-minute notice, the police threatened us with arrest if we did not disperse by 6 p.m., subsequently tear gassing and chasing us down the road for nothing more than sitting on the street past a curfew that was announced, again, 5 minutes before it took place. Now, looking at your own biannual budget, you are spending about $26 million a year on your police. Maybe that explains why you had armored tanks in the streets, threatening us with death for standing in their general vicinity, all while the homeless continue to spill onto your streets in the middle of a pandemic. And let me be clear, we have tried over and over again the basic reforms. Simply enforcing accountability mechanisms and racial bias training will not cut it. San Francisco PD has taken on every reform listed by the 8 Can't Wait campaign, and we're still brutalizing protesters mere days ago. So you have a choice here. You all can either keep chilling and keep dedicating extensive amounts of time to the details of parking management and art acquisitions, or you can defund your over-militarized police force and put that funding into public services that can actually help your constituents instead of putting them at further risk. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Kristen.
Hi, my name is Kristen Severo. I'm a lifelong resident of Lafayette, California, and I'm also a member of the Young Democratic Socialists of America, like Ali. And I'm here because I really love this community. I've grown up in it, I cherish it deeply, and that's why I refuse to stand by when I see threats and violence committed against my friends and neighbors at the hands of the city of Walnut Creek and its police department. Why is it that on June 3rd, when members of our community were expressing grief about the murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Miles Hall, Tony McDade, and countless other Black people brutalized and murdered by police, they were met with police officers armed to the brim in tanks warning peaceful protesters, and I quote, "If you do not move, you will be dead." I repeat, unarmed people peacefully protesting and grieving the murdered people being told by police who are meant to protect and serve, "If you do not move, you will be dead." So I asked the members of the City Council of Walnut Creek and the police department, who do you protect and who do you serve? You were elected to protect and serve the people of this community, and that's why I'm calling on you to disarm and defund the $25 million invested in the Walnut Creek Police Department. I call on you to instead fund social services. By funding our health, our schools, and our community, you will be fulfilling your duties to protect and serve our people. And I'm particularly appalled to hear that Walnut Creek is cutting $700,000 from our public library. This is a center of the community and provides great jobs to our citizens, and we're living in incredibly scary and isolated times. Cutting funds from our community centers is incredibly irresponsible. I'm upset to see that this council is so focused on reopening restaurants and talking about parking spots while we're seeing a second wave of COVID and national uprisings in response to racial injustice and police violence. With that, I make one final call that you defund and disarm the Walnut Creek Police Department, fund our people and social services, and show that you truly believe that Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Emily Fong.
Hi, can y'all hear me? Sorry about that. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I think there's not much that I can say that has not already been said and expressed by the other citizens of Walnut Creek and the surrounding areas. I'm a lifelong Lamorinda resident myself. I've grown up in Walnut Creek, and like Kristen, I also deeply cherish this community. To some degree, I think those of us in the Bay Area tend to think that we are isolated from these larger trends coming on in American society. And I think Walnut Creek PD has certainly proved that that's not true. So my specific ask for you is to hear exactly why the council can justify $25 to $26 million in budget for the Walnut Creek Police Department, according to the city's general fund budget summary in the most recent adopted biennial budget. Why the police seem to have significant difficulty differentiating between peaceful protests and other incidents, why they were ineffective at policing actual crime, and why do we actually need this much investment when we are a city of 70K people with a below average national crime rate, when community and economic development on that same budget receives less than a third, and in actuality, closer to a fourth of that amount in funding. And I yield my time.
Thank you. Next.
Ellie?
Hello?
Hi, Eli.
How's it going? So like Emily said, I don't think there's a lot I can add at this moment in particular to the demands being made. One point I do want to touch on is how the council is choosing to represent what they're calling civil unrest in the historical record. If we look on the agenda to 5A, item 5 there, what the city council seems to have done is assembled a list of 22 seemingly random tweets in which looting is advocated for during Walnut Creek protests. I think a notable point there is that the constituents who have put out those tweets are largely people of color. So what I think we're seeing there is the city council, rather than choosing to listen to what has largely been a unified and cooperative and peace-seeking movement, instead choosing to villainize their own constituents and to racialize those constituents that they see as appropriate villains for the denial of this movement. So as we move forward in these discussions, I encourage them to instead listen to the cooperative discussion suggestions now being made by what appears to me to be an extremely united constituency, rather than publicly shaming their own constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Eli.
Joshua?
Mute.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, now we can.
Hi, my name is Joshua Farrar, and I'm a resident of Walnut Creek. And I know we're going to talk about protest response and police use of force reforms later on, but honestly, as many others have said, that doesn't even scratch the surface of what needs to be done. The beautiful thing of the past few weeks is the amount of concrete action that's been taken around the country. Cities and states have overhauled the use of force policies, shifted funding from police to social services, are working to create community accountability boards, and much, much more. What we haven't seen is much of this concrete action in Walnut Creek. In fact, the only thing so far has been the official banning of chokeholds that already aren't used. There's been multiple calls for a special public hearing on police reform with Chief Chaplain that have so far gone unheeded. We need a community forum to discuss this, where people can talk for more than just 2 minutes. Besides this, there are real actions that you, city councilors, can make. One is to defund the police, or at least reduce police spending. Right now, we're facing a $16 million budget shortfall. The police department receives $26 million in funding a year, representing about $400 per resident and 29% of the total city budget. Research shows that there is no relationship between spending on law enforcement and public safety. What's amazing is that the proposed budget cuts seem to cover everything but the police department. Instead, we're cutting library opening hours, school crisis counselors, community service grants, and other services that actually help our community and are effective measures to reduce crime. That is patently ridiculous. We also need to create alternatives to policing, as many said. This means not only a non-police response to mental health, which is long overdue, but also non-police response to drugs, homelessness, and poverty. And we need to change the enforcement priorities of police. Our police department has arrested thousands of people over the past few years for minor criminal offenses. 18% of people arrested are Black, even though they make up less than 2% of Walnut Creek's population. This is the system of mass incarceration that must end. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Joshua. Next speaker.
Lacey?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, Lacey.
Hi, my name is Lacey Reese. I was born and raised here in Walnut Creek. This past year has been nothing but tough for everyone with the passing of Miles Hall. In my psychology degree and my sociology minor these past 4 years, I've learned, read, and studied extremely hard in educating myself around these racial inequalities that happen around the world. I would have never thought that it would happen in my hometown. Enough is enough. Today, I am reading the comments of people of our community that have signed this petition to demilitarize the Walnut Creek Police Department. The whole system is complicit. Lack of mental health services in general. Police as first contact for mental health issues. It must change. There is no war going on. No need for militarization. In 2007, 17-year-old Jeremiah Chase suffered a mental health crisis when his family called for assistance in order to get him psychiatric care. The Sonoma County Sheriff shot him 7 times. The DA found that the sheriffs acted lawfully. Law enforcement do not have proper training in de-acceleration. We need better. I'm signing because I was at this protest. I was tear gassed by the police. I witnessed their unprovoked assault on peaceful protests. Other countries don't use these methods. There are alternative behaviors that are more effective. Militarized police only begets more violence. The streets belong to the people, not to the government. It's our right and our responsibility to demand justice for all our citizens. Enough. Time for change. I'm a resident and a voter. This is unacceptable and must be changed now. Defund the police and take away their military-style toys. Police responses to protesting in larger cities sets a precedent for the outlying areas. You set the tone and the expectations for other departments that are watching. You can do better. You should do better. Set a better example for places like Fresno to look to. Law enforcement in America is out of control and clearly suffers from a culture of brutality, lack of accountability, and protecting bad behavior. De-escalation means not detaining people of color for doing things white folks do without being questioned. It means treating people of color with same respect. Okay.
Lacey, you've run out of your 2 minutes. Hang
All right,
on.
that's okay.
Thank you.
Next, we have user Galaxy J7.
Unmute, please. Go. Galaxy, are you there? Yeah. We need to move on, Galaxy. Can you hear me? We cannot hear you.
Mayor, we'll see if we'll move them out and see if they raise their hand again.
Okay, thank you.
Barbara Pennington.
Good job, Barbara.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Oh, you're not Barbara.
Not Barbara. I'm Tim Pennington.
Hi, Tim.
My name is Tim Pennington. I'm a 32-year resident of Walnut Creek. In last week's meeting, Mr. Wilk asked the following question regarding the Hall incident. Quote, what would change if a similar incident happened in the next month? Just so we can be sure this won't happen again. I am deeply grateful to Mr. Wilk for breaking the city's 1 year refusal, 1+ year refusal to make any remark about the Miles Hall incident that wasn't fully supportive of police actions. Implicit in this question is a judgment I believe everyone who is familiar with the details of the case would agree with. Namely, whether or not the police response is legally defensible, it did not come close to meeting our community's expectations. I offer this account of the incident as an expression of those expectations. The 5 officers who were fully aware they were dealing with a person in crisis did not adjust their response to reflect that knowledge. They never treated Miles as one of the participants they needed to protect, but only as a threat to others. Miles' irrational actions and strange garb were not viewed as the effects of diminished judgment or psychosis, suggesting distance and delay tactics. Instead, they were immediately judged to be menacing behavior and addressed with command and control tactics. As a result, an inexperienced officer panicked and unnecessarily shot Miles as he ran past her. All of the conditions that led to this tragedy are unchanged to this date. This is largely due to the fact that the city has chosen to prioritize silence in order to protect the city's coffers over providing the community with frank engagement and strong leadership in addressing reforms necessary to protect our most vulnerable citizens.
Tim,
I respect.
Tim, your
Yes.
2 minutes are up.
I have 1 second.
All right.
I request council reconsider this choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Susan.
Hello, I'm Susan Antolin. I'm a resident of Walnut Creek. I've raised 3 kids here. 2 of my kids were at the June 1st protest. And from the outset, the police response, showing up with riot gear and attack dogs, was a provocation in and of itself. They showed up dressed for and expecting a battle. Later, when they used tear gas, rubber bullets, and the attack dogs on the protesters, it revealed a police department that is mismanaged and out of control. I'm so proud that so many young people in Walnut Creek showed up, even in the midst of a pandemic, not because they want to have brunch or a haircut, but because they want an end to police brutality and systemic racism in the criminal justice system. Given the purpose of the march, the police should have been on their best behavior. But if that was their best, we are in trouble. Instead, their response on June 1st reveals a grossly overfunded department in need of reform. We cannot afford to wait for the police department to investigate itself. Other cities have announced drastic changes in funding for police. Albuquerque, New Mexico just announced yesterday the creation of a new public safety office separate from the police department. I urge you to reach out to your counterparts in other cities where they are making these changes and learn from them. You don't have to figure this all out on your own. If we had made these changes more than a year ago, Miles Hall would still be alive. Moments like this do not happen more than once in a lifetime. The dramatic awakening of public consciousness taking place right now makes real change possible in a way it hasn't been before. Do not let this opportunity slip away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adam Neiman.
Hello, my name is Adam Neiman. I'm a teaching artist and a resident in Walnut Creek. And I just have some questions that I've been thinking about that I've written down here. My pronouns are he, him, his. What substantive anti-racist policy is Walnut Creek instituting to honor Miles Hall? How are Miles Hall's killers still on active duty? Why are we cutting hours for libraries and not the massive police budget? Where are our priorities there? Why do the police cost as much as they do? What is keeping Walnut Creek from redirecting those funds towards mental health professionals instead? Restorative justice in schools, affordable housing, all of these things. You've heard it from others. What is Walnut Creek doing to demilitarize the police? as I asked in my email to the mayor, but didn't receive a response to this question, according to the last available census, Walnut Creek's population is over 75% white and less than 2% black. That is a stark difference. What policies are you enacting to change that? What are you doing to welcome Black people to this city? What actions have you taken to dismantle the racist platform of the Walnut Creek Police beyond adding the 8 can't wait to today's agenda? If this public comment section is any indication, your constituents are fed up, and I can personally promise that this will not be the last you hear of me. There is a major swelling of change in this country and hopefully in this community. This country is in the midst of a moral reckoning. We need to wonder what we can do as a community and whether we want to be at the vanguard or if we want to be at the back end of history. And it cannot be said enough, defund the police. Defund the police. Defund the police. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam.
Michael Sampson.
Can you hear me? My name is Michael Sampson. I'm a resident downtown. Walnut Creek needs to slash our police budget by at least 50% and redirect those funds to the community. Do any of us really believe that the cops should consume 30% of our city's budget? A budget is a moral document. So let's talk about the police department's morality. So on June 1st, I joined protesters blocking the 680 North Freeway. When I arrived, protesters were outnumbered and heavily outgunned by cops dressed like soldiers. We were clearly a non-threat to them. So how did the cops deal with this non-threat? With tear gas and attack dogs? My mom, an amputee, was hit in the side of her chest by a rubber bullet and was severely bruised. We can see now, clear as day, that the cops' authority is illegitimate. How can we trust them when they are prepared to commit war crimes to dismantle a peaceful movement that is critical of them? And this incident is not a one-off. Obviously, 1 year ago, Walnut Creek cops killed Miles Hall in broad daylight. There's a lot to say about this case, but I'll just say this. The Hall family did everything that a family could possibly do to ensure that the cops were prepared to respond compassionately should a mental health crisis occur. But in the Hall's moment of need, the Walnut Creek PD failed them completely. Let's be blunt. If Miles Hall was white, he would be alive today. The Walnut Creek City Council and Police Department shamefully have made no meaningful reforms nor taken any disciplinary action since that day, as others have noted. On a related note, walking downtown, one encounters countless empty commercial buildings, and more are added to the graveyard each year. Even popular businesses struggle to survive downtown, and at the same time, our police hoards, again, 30% of the budget. So something's not right here. Additionally, it is impossible to ignore that one, Walnut Creek has a highly visible homeless population, and two, despite the ethnic and racial diversity that characterizes the area, Walnut Creek is overwhelmingly white. So can cops be part of a compassionate strategy to lift up our homeless population? No, they cannot. Can cops be part of a compassionate strategy to welcome and foster diversity in our community? No, they cannot. All of these problems call on us to invest public dollars towards actual solutions. Defund the police.
We have Lee S.
Hi, my name is Tanya Mikowski. I'm a resident of Walnut Creek, and I've had I'm sharing this Zoom meeting with my roommate whose name is showing. So I originally joined with the intent only to listen, but I've discovered that I'm deeply appreciative of all of the comments, and I want to thank everybody who's taken their time to call in and participate. And I really hope that the City Council and the Walnut Creek Police are paying attention to the words that are being said. These are really important points that have been made. I also want to add that my son is 13 years old and could have been one of the children on the highway who was trying to protest injustices in our system and would have been attacked by the police. And I think it's absolutely disgraceful. And as I watched it happen on the news, I was concerned that these were people that I know, children that I volunteered for as a room parent in elementary school in this city. And it's disgusting. And I hope that we as a city can boost the requests of the communities of color that are asking us to defund the police, and that we're not just listening, but we're actually acting because we have the ability to do so. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm gonna yield my time.
Thank you.
Catherine?
Mute. Catherine, unmute, please.
Okay, great. Thank you. Catherine Durham-Hammer, Concord, California. I'm here on behalf of a community coalition for demilitarization and nonviolent response. The coalition of 15 local groups includes Friends of Scott, Alexis, and Tawn Hall, NAMI Contra Costa, Mount Diablo Peace and Justice Center, Together We Stand, Together We Will, Contra Costa, Showing Up for Racial Justice Contra Costa, Anti-Racist Educators and Lovers of Education of Contra Costa County, Diablo Valley Democratic Club, Lori Wolf of Danville, the Indivisible Resistors of Walnut Creek, Indivisible Central Contra Costa County, National Organization of Women Contra Costa County, San Ramon Valley Democratic Club, Concord Communities Alliance, and Women's March Contra Costa. Our coalition submitted a letter for the record on Friday, June 12th, regarding both the law enforcement response to the protest in Walnut Creek on June 1st and the work to avoid another community disaster like what happened on June 2nd, 2019, when Walnut Creek police shot and killed Miles Hall. Both were militarized, violent responses by the city of Walnut Creek to nonviolence in our community. The response on June 1st suggests that little progress has been made toward demilitarization and nonviolent response to non-criminal behavior since June 2nd, 2019. Our asks are 8. 1, immediate disuse of military weapons and tactics against protesters by Walnut Creek Police and its partners in law enforcement. 2, a full report explaining under whose supervision and direction these tactics were deployed on June 1st. 3, reaffirmation and recommitment of the city's and police department's intent to reform its response to mental health calls, demonstrations, and other nonviolent calls for police response. 4, Mayor Haskew to take the mayor's pledge set forth at obama.org. 5, Walnut Creek Police to adopt, implement, and enforce each of the 8 Can't Wait policies without delay. 6, Walnut Creek Police and the City Council to acknowledge that the 8 Can't Wait policy changes are not the ultimate goal of reform, but simply urgent, entry-level steps every city must take. 7, this council to invest time, energy, intellect, and resources into building nonviolent systems that will help every person in Walnut Creek to live in peace, exercise constitutional rights, and thrive, and to acknowledge that the council may need to shift funds away from law enforcement to build these new systems. Defund the police, justice for mileshall.org. Thank you.
Good. Gee, that was fast. Take a breath. Next speaker, please.
Janae?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Janae Simmons, and I'm representing the Diablo Valley College Young Democratic Socialists of America, and I'm a current resident of Moraga. It's always interesting to see how you can possibly blow $26 million on the Walnut Creek Police Department. Thankfully, I got to see exactly where the money goes when the city of Walnut Creek decided a military-grade armored SWAT vehicle would be an appropriate use of force and source of intimidation towards completely peaceful protesters a few weeks ago. And the man occupying the vehicle screamed at peaceful protesters, "If you don't move, you will be dead." Now, I am so glad that you're able to direct all of your time and resources to fixing the hot topic issues, as Terry would say, like Walnut Creek's need for outdoor public seating areas in city-owned parking spaces. Oh, and now charging people for parking during a pandemic too. Reality is that you are on the wrong side of history and doing absolutely nothing to address the issue of police brutality in your area, specifically as Walnut Creek is known to be an anti-Black suburb of the East Bay. Have you forgotten Miles Hall? When people stand up and fight back, they are met with tear gas that has been banned from usage in military warfare, which can cause blindness to its victims. how proud you must be of your lovely area when you try to suppress people's right to freedom of expression and standing up for what's right. So many of your biographies are on how many little soccer teams you coached. I can't wait till those kids grow up and see that their childhood role models and referees were absolutely stagnant in a Black Lives Matter movement and let civilian lives be threatened when speaking up against oppression. So I'll be waiting for you to take a stance and be actively anti-racist, waiting for you to disband, defund, and disarm Walnut Creek Police Department, waiting for you to allocate funds to community services, waiting for transparency as some of you claim to provide. Additionally, for you to claim in your earlier presentation that the protests are over, they are not. We will not stop. Get on the right side now.
Thank you.
Natalie?
Unmute Natalie, please. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Natalie McCullough. I'm a resident of Lafayette, California. I wanted to publicly state my agreement with every speaker before me. I attended Walnut Creek protests on June 1st and June 5th. The only thing which made me feel unsafe was the presence of heavily armed police. To quote the East Bay Times regarding the June 1st protest, officers in riot gear ordered the protesters, some as young as 14, to disperse, and then chased them with dogs, lobbed tear gas, and fired on them with rubber bullets. Several teenagers were hit by the projectiles. Officers detained at least 4 people. End quote. Police told us, if you do not move, you will be dead. There is video evidence of this. I think the use of excessive force is self-explanatory. As a La Miranda resident, I demand the police be defunded. Spending $26 million on the police while cutting funds from the library is appalling. Finally, I want to acknowledge the hard work of Miles Hall's family, and I want to acknowledge their grief. Miles Hall should have never died. I demand that a non-police 24/7 mental health response be implemented. Justice for Miles Hall, defund the police. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Lila?
Please unmute. Lila, you're on mute. Lila, if you wish us to hear you, you have to remove your mute. Thank you. Thank you. What's happening?
I'm not sure what happened there.
Okay.
Lila came off. Emily?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Emma.
My name is Emma Lee, she, her, and I'm a Walnut Creek citizen and in a GVC chapter of the Young Democratic Socialists of America and volunteer for NAMI Contra Costa. I have tried to email you, but your automated responses tell me that you don't listen to your citizens unless you have to. I have seen your meager responses to the Black Lives Matter protests in the city. We all know that you're trying to avoid it by talking about painting pianos and Hot Topic and being concerned about ordering your mojitos outside at the expense of the safety of the minimum wage workers who are serving you. The only statement that the city of Walnut Creek has expressed is that they feel saddened by the murder of George Floyd. What about Miles Hall? What about the unjustly incarcerated Black people whose lives have been wasted in your prisons? I don't know if you know this, but Walnut Creek has a reputation of being one of the most anti-Black cities of Contra Costa County. You are responsible for that title unless you do something to change it. You will be wearing that title on your forehead everywhere you go. The peaceful protests were directed towards you. You need to stop hiding behind your cushy desk and answer your citizens. As a Walnut Creek citizen, I am ashamed to think that my city officials could care so little about the safety of the people they swore to protect. I'm sure you're tired of hearing about Miles Hall, but we are tired of hearing young, innocent people being killed without any justice. I, along with hundreds of other Walnut Creek citizens, demand that you prosecute officers Casey Hassau, Melissa Murphy, and reallocate the police department budget. If you don't have the power to disband the police, completely change how police are trained, rehire officers in the upper ranks, and de-arm and demilitarize your officers. I don't know how you justify pouring 1/3 of our entire city budget into a department that killed an innocent young man and incarcerated hundreds and thousands of silenced people of color. The flaws in our police department show themselves in the form of Miles Halls as murderers. This city requires peace officers to train for 664 hours with only 8 hours of mental health crisis training, while a cosmetologist in California need at least 1,600 hours of training. This training, along with Senate Bill 1421, showed itself to not work. The least you can do is demilitarize
run out of time. Emma,
demilitarize the police. Peace
Emma has
officers
run
with
out
less
of time.
Andrea?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Andrea.
Hi again. My name is Andrea Gaskill, and I live in Walnut Creek. My comment today is about the police in the city and how that relates to the city budget moving forward. So the things that happened on June 1st happened right behind where I live. Through a chain link fence, we have a lovely view of the roof of the Safeway and the offices, and beyond that, Broadway Plaza. I mention that because I want you to know that the things that happened practically happened in my backyard, and the following comments that are given with that closeness in mind. So with COVID, budgets are not going to be what they were. Tax revenue for the city will not be the same. That's just going to be a reality that we have to live in. And I think this could be an opportunity to really evaluate what is important to this city. As you check all those line items for making further budgets, I ask that you seriously consider minimizing the police budget. Schools are not going to receive the same amount of funding already. The Walnut Creek Education Foundation has to raise over $1 million to ensure that students have access to things like art and music teachers. Library services are going to be cut. Businesses are going to need help figuring out their rent situations with their diminished revenue. Residents will be facing evictions if they can't figure out how to get rent if they've been furloughed or laid off, and that could potentially lead to further homelessness, and the list goes on. And let's of course not forget the potential mental health services asked for by the FOSATH group. I firmly believe that taking care of the residents of Walnut Creek will do more for the city's health and safety than keeping the same police budget or even increasing the percentage of the police budget for Walnut Creek. So even though I was close in proximity to the events of June 1st and the protesters were about a block away from my street, I refuse to give in to the fear that many police agencies are giving out of when, oh, if we're not here, who's going to protect you? Because I know that you can make real change that will help to heal the greater community to prevent these types of events in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin?
Oh, there it is. You got me?
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Hi, my name is Kevin O'Shea, and I am a Walnut Creek resident. I was born and raised in Walnut Creek. I moved back to Walnut Creek and bought a home here 2 years ago. A major factor of my decision was the safety aspect of Walnut Creek. Compared to other cities in the Bay Area, Walnut Creek is one of the most safest cities. Defunding the police department would seriously compromise the safety of families and businesses in Walnut Creek. I support reform of the police department, but defunding it, I do not agree with. I think that we need to increase the budget. As a taxpayer, there's no denying that there are many good cops and there are a few bad cops. So reform would be a reform would fix the issue, but defunding it would only cause more. I've heard a lot of, people that were on the freeway, and I understand that they think that they were putting a movement together, but when you go on the freeway like that, you're putting other people in danger who didn't want to be a part of that movement. And the police had to do what they had to do to get them off the freeway. And I fully support our Walnut Creek Police Department. Thank you. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Kevin. Did you give us your last? Oh, sorry. Next, please.
Charlie.
Hello.
Hi, Charlie.
Hi, my name's Charlie Freshel. I've been a resident of Walnut Creek for about 25 years, and I just want to speak about the priorities that the city should be having. And I say we should shift the power, we should shift the funding from the police department to things that are more pressing, such as affordable housing, homeless services, mental health services, drug rehabilitation. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Arash.
Oh. Is this a person on here?
Hello?
Arash, is
Yes.
yes, okay, thank you.
Sorry, okay. Hello, councilmen and residents listening. My name is Zarash Mazaheri, and I've been a resident of Walnut Creek my whole life. I'm also a graduate of WCI and Las Lomas. In light of recent events, such as the killing of Miles Hall by WCPD and the use of a military-grade armored vehicle in our police protests, I would like to read the comments of my fellow residents from the Change.org petition. The Walnut Creek's use of force by the police department needs to change and needs to change now. WCPD response was disgraceful and dangerous. Tear gas, rubber bullets, dogs, and military vehicles, utterly shameful. Learn and do better. This is not a war. We are paying you to protect all of us. Get rid of military gear and weaponry. Implement 8 can't wait. Walnut Creek has already left so many of the former classmates and neighborhoods behind. We can't afford, nor do we desire, to buy from the majority of luxury shops in downtown. And the police force is bloated and militarized. Defund and demilitarize the police and invest in making our community a place for all races and class backgrounds. I'm horrified and appalled at the police department's unconscionable violence against protesters. This is not Nazi Germany. Escalating violence and militarization of police is the wrong direction. We need humane responses when people are in some sort of crisis. Support the right to protest without military force. It needs to be done. I am signing because Walnut Creek is my hometown, and I know it can do better. The tactics used by the Walnut Creek Police Department on June 1st were absolutely disgraceful. This should never have happened, and our elected officials need to answer for this ASAP. Peaceful protests should be protected, and police brutality in all forms. Police should be peacekeepers, not military treating citizens.
Arash?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Lori Hack.
Hi, this is Lori Hack. I've been a resident of Walnut Creek for about 30 years now. And I've written to you before. Last year, I asked you, city council members and city manager, to please step up, leaders, and become someone who responded to the unfortunate incident with Miles Hall in a way that would put you in the forefront of leadership across our country. And as we all know, a year later, you've squandered that opportunity. We've seen city after city manager, city mayor who fired or asked for the resignation of their officers who've been involved in these shootings. And yet here in Walnut Creek, all we saw on the 1-year anniversary of Miles Hall's death was a bunch of officers out there shooting tear gas at our citizens. It's appalling, it's heartbreaking. I agree with every person who's been on this call. It's just a terrible lost opportunity for what you could have done for this past year to step up, to do the things that you should be doing, which are calling for an independent investigation of this incident, for changing the policies that are in place, and finally, to prepare for this lawsuit that Walnut Creek is going to have to defend itself against. We're being sued, as we should be, by the Miles Hall family, and we're going to have an independent investigation as a result of that lawsuit. So rather than listening week after week, every 2 weeks, and very nicely taking comments, we really need to be acting, stepping up, and not colluding with the police on this incident so that we can have an outcome so that there's justice for Miles Hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori.
Alexandra?
Hello. My name is Alexandra Talwar, and I was born and raised in Walnut Creek in the Parkmead community. I loved growing up here because I always felt like Walnut Creek was a relatively safe and quiet town. However, in the last year, I've realized that our city is flawed and change needs to happen. On Monday, June 1st of this year, I was peacefully protesting when the Walnut Creek police showed up with a militarized presence. How is it that the relatively quiet town of Walnut Creek is better prepared for militarization than mental health intervention? Especially since Los Alamos has the highest rate of 5150s in the Acalani School District. Today, I will be reading comments written by people who have signed the petition to demilitarize the Walnut Creek police. Walnut Creek should be a leader in police reform, not another sad example of police violence. How about we update our schools with all the money we save? Police are acting in a threatening, violent manner. Black Lives Matter and the police are supposed to serve and protect all community members. When police have military equipment and are trained to use it, the community begins to look like the enemy. Let's prioritize healthcare, especially emergency mental health response, with the experts who are trained in providing that care. I support this. Police response must be proportional and appropriate. The mindset to deploy battleground equipment against nonviolent civil protesters is militaristic. These weapons should be kept in your pocket until we are attacked by an armed force. My friends out there fighting for the recognition of Black humanity do not deserve to be attacked. The Walnut Creek police are out of control. People have the right to peacefully protest. Walnut Creek is nearby, and this is an act of fascism that is against American values. This is not okay, not anywhere near. Walnut Creek needs to stop injuring our youth and community who are protesting deaths such as Miles Hall and George Floyd. Stop the war on First Amendment rights. I am signing because militarized police forces have no place in our communities. Immoral and inhuman treatment of the people it's sworn to protect and serve, attacking unarmed community members. It's the right thing to do. Because yes. Thank you.
Sophie, Babka?
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Go, Sophie.
Speaking today to discuss your disturbing lack of meaningful action regarding police brutality and its disproportionate impact on Black, Brown, and minority lives in our very city. I'm sure you've seen the many videos of peaceful protests in cities around the world and the violent, unprovoked responses of police officers. You're delusioned by your ignorance and white privilege if you don't acknowledge these events can and already have happened in our community by our police department. Tear gas and rubber bullets are lethal, and you must ban their use. Do you know police killings in rural and suburban communities have increased over the last couple of years? We are a suburban community too. We are part of this statistic. Our police officers unjustly took the life of Miles Hall just last year. I know at the least you are aware of that, yet our city has failed to implement any large-scale change in our policing that would prevent this from happening again. The institution of slavery and the control of minorities were the origins behind the creation of the modern police department. This system was never designed to protect our Black, Brown, and minority community members, and you need to use your authority to fix that. Luella Hosky, as mayor, you have the authority to immediately implement actions to improve and ensure Walnut Creek Police Department is serving our entire community. But police reform isn't going to be enough to fix the systemic issues with policing. The city of Walnut Creek needs to commit further to long-term actions to protect our most vulnerable community members, such as reallocating excessive funding from policing to nonviolent crisis response, community development, affordable housing, mental health resources, and education, reducing the power of police unions to protect officers from being fired for misconduct, requiring Walnut Creek School District and Alkilanes Union High School District to implement a curriculum that teaches about racism, inequality, inclusivity, and elevates Brown, Indigenous, people of color. You need to make Walnut Creek a leader in the fight against systemic racism and police brutality and not remain an accomplice. Do not remain on the wrong side of history. You have already lost time and an innocent life. You need to do better.
Thank you. Next.
Jenny Schneider.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Jenny Schneider, and I'm a resident and business owner in Walnut Creek. I'm speaking on behalf of justiceformileshall.org. Mayor and City Council members, actions speak louder than words. This well-known proverb means that what you do is more important than what you say. The things you do show your true intentions and feelings. The Hall family, with the help of FOSOP, have been asking to work with you to make changes to protect people in our community since the death of Miles Hall. June 2nd, 2019, Miles Hall died. May 25th, 2020, George Floyd died. There were 358 days between these two men's death. I challenge each of you to make a chart comparing two sets of data. One side of your chart will be titled 358 days. This represents the time between Miles' death and George Floyd's death. In this column, list what actions you have personally taken since Miles' death to make the changes to the city's current policy or police training and policies, as well as any changes to help people who are having a mental health crisis. The other side of your chart should be titled 22 days. This side represents the number of days between when George Floyd died and today, June 16th, 2020. In this column, list the actions you have personally taken in the past 22 days to make changes to the city's current police training and policies, as well as any changes to help people who are having a mental health crisis. Are the two sides equal? Are there more personal actions listed under the 385 days, or are there more actions listed under the past 22 days? Actions speak louder than words. Means that your intentions can be judged by what you do rather than what you say. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny.
Lindsay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm a Walnut Creek resident, and I have a lot of thoughts regarding the use of force, curfews, and Miles Hall in line with what others have spoken so far have said, but I'm going to save some of that for later when I think the right time is. But for the moment, I want to ask that this council doesn't judge a person's gender based on their voice, as you did a little while ago, or by their perceived appearance, as you did last Thursday. By doing so, you are creating additional barriers to our beloved and valued trans and non-binary community. Additionally, in the opening remarks, you repeatedly address the participants as he or she, his or hers. I urge you to use inclusive language such as theirs instead to reflect our entire community. Additionally, I would like to ask the council why this meeting is on speaker view and not gallery view. We can't even see if the council members, aside from the mayor and city clerk, are even on this call anymore. What a great example of the lack of transparency that we've been hearing about. Finally, It's quite clear the disappointment that many of us have with our elected officials. I would like to remind everyone on this call that there is an election in November, and 3 members of our council, including, I believe, our mayor, are at the end of their term. I'm not sure if they're running for re-election yet. However, it is not too late for you to do so that our Councillor Bello represents the voices on this call and the citizens of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. I apologize if I offended anyone. Next speaker, please.
Mayor, while someone's coming up, can I ask a technical question about what the audience can see? Because I can see the gallery view from my computer at home. Is that something that we control?
You control what you're viewing.
So we each personally control that. So we're not controlling it from the city.
As a panelist, I'm sorry, not as an attendee, and the speakers are on as attendees. We can't,
Wait,
we can't put it on gallery.
Susie, I'm sorry to interrupt. Just to say that in a different way, it's a technological requirement or a technological limitation that displays in the attendee view in that specific fashion.
I had thought that in the top right corner, people can change between speaker view and gallery view. I've done it myself when I've been an attendee.
I don't think that is the way that this, I fully believe it's a technological limitation that does that.
I'll chime in here too, so the speaker will know that we're all here and we're all listening attentively. And I believe the Walnut Creek TV view is a gallery view, if I'm not mistaken.
So I just say that in a slightly different fashion. If you're interested in viewing all of our faces, please go online or go onto Walnut Creek TV, and you'll be able to see all of us.
I can't rejoin as an attendee. I'm sorry.
Mayor, can we take a break?
I was just about to suggest it. We are going to take a 10-minute break. That will bring us back at 8. I'm going to say 8.
Is a gallery.
Yes, there seems to be some technical issues. So we will take a break until I can have 8:42. Let's round it to 8:45.
No, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to jump in before. I'm just trying to be an audience member here on this call. Is there any way I can be added again?
Hey, Adam.
Welcome back. We think we have a little more control over the technical issues we were dealing with, and we are continuing with the public comment segment of this meeting. Please call the next person, please.
Next, we have Judith.
Hello, City Council and Mayor. My name is Judith Schumacher Jennings. I live in Walnut Creek. On June 1st, people protesting the death of George Floyd took over a portion of Highway 680. This has been a frequent tactic for protesters. Transportation infrastructure has an historical significance for the African American community. In the 50s and 60s, cities throughout the country got more federal money for building highways through poor neighborhoods than for redeveloping those neighborhoods. The resulting highways sped whites in the suburbs back and forth to jobs and attractions downtown. Transportation has long been central to the Black Civil Rights Movement, with the Selma March, the Freedom Rides, Rosa Parks action on a public bus, and the March Against Fear, inspired by James Meredith. Martin Luther King led the 1965 march, which occupied the iconic Edmund Pettus Bridge. Although our nation began with acts of nonviolent resistance, think of the Boston Tea Party, Henry David Thoreau enshrined the phrase civil disobedience in his writings and suggested it was akin to moral civic responsibility. Houston Police Chief Art Acevedo has embraced protesters and said, "We want to make sure that the movement is safe." He has expressed his hope that the outrage over George Floyd's death would spark change. He said he thinks this is a watershed movement. Isn't calling a paramilitary SWAT team to back up the California Highway Patrol sending the wrong message? Why not divert traffic from the section of the freeway? Why not peacefully direct existing traffic to fewer lanes? Why not remove the riot gear? March with
Judith, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm fascinated by what you're saying, but your 2 minutes are up. Do you have one sentence to summarize it?
Why not take the opportunity to demonstrate that authorities protect the community rather than inflict violence, and are horrified by the death of George Floyd and recognize the need for reform and not continue business as usual? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Roman.
Unmute Roman, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Roman Reddick, they, them pronouns. I attended the June 1st protest in Walnut Creek, and I just want to agree with most of the speakers before me and tell you to defund the Walnut Creek police. Right after, they pay to fix the car window they shot out with a rubber bullet on the highway, which they proceeded to mislead the media about, implying the damage was caused by the protesters, and that they didn't use force until after the 6 o'clock curfew and for the safety of the citizens. That's a blatant fucking lie. They were the only ones making us unsafe. Disarm, defund, and dismantle the police, Black Lives Matter, and fuck your paid parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Will I please remind the remaining speakers that we are asking you to use courteous grown-up language. Thank you.
Patty Mitchell.
Wrong way, Patty. Unmute, please. Thank you.
Yes, I know how to unmute. It's taking a minute. There's a delay before you can actually start.
Thank you for letting me know.
delaying on. It takes a minute. Hi, my name is Patty Mitchell. I'm a homeowner and I'm a resident of the Larky Park neighborhood of Walnut Creek. And I was just going to listen tonight, but I'm so proud and grateful for the many members of the community who have so far made public comments in support of the Hall family, in support of Black Lives Matter, and in strong opposition to the police response to peaceful protesters exercising their First Amendment rights. Contrasting that gratitude and hopefulness, I'm sadly disappointed in the city's lack of meaningful action toward enacting anti-racist and nonviolent practices in protecting and serving the citizens of Walnut Creek. The Hall family has been before this council at every meeting for a year, and there's been no response to their responsible and reasonable demands for justice for Miles Hall. No disciplinary action, no independent investigation, no changes. If you were hoping they would go away, you've seen that many, many people are now seeing what the Hall family and supporters have known since Miles was killed a year ago on the street in the middle of a mental health crisis. When will Walnut Creek take real and substantive actions to remedy the problems presented to you? If not now, when? How many more days will pass before you address these issues? How many more times must Walnut Creek be the poster child for white privilege and overreaction? How many more people need to speak to request action? Catherine Durham Hammer articulated the demands being made by every grassroots group in our area to this council. And instead of the mayor chuckling about how quickly Catherine had to read those requests in the 2 minutes we're allowed here, I ask that you read the letter in detail and take some motions toward moving Walnut Creek forward, and not forward with tear gas, dogs, rubber bullets, and guns. The number of people speaking here, writing letters, and speaking at every chance they get shows that this community needs a forum and a real dialogue with what citizens are asking for. You need to really hear people fully, respectfully, and take real and purposeful actions. And by the way, that's pretty grown-up language he was using. Thank you.
John?
Hello, my name is John. I was born in Walnut Creek. The excessive use of force by the Walnut Creek Police Department is a long-term issue, and it's an issue that's been going on a long time. There haven't been logical responses to crime by Walnut Creek PD. I've been downtown late at night, and you have multi-$100,000 cars zooming by at 60 miles per hour, and the cops are just too busy trying to catch people who are walking around drunk from bars instead of doing anything about those cars. And I wonder why. I think it's a socioeconomic reason. They don't want to bother people who have $300,000 cars. Additionally, tear gas killed a protester in Ohio. Walnut Creek Police has already killed one person last year. How many more people are going to be killed by Walnut Creek Police before the city council does something? When you have massive sea change movements like this, the existing institutions can either change and reform, or these things cascade and there's more and more conflict. Are you going to be part of the problem? Or are you going to be part of the solution? Are you going to defund the police, disarm the police, disband the police? The police cannot exist in their current form and be of any use to any people. Studies show that high levels of over-policing leads to higher levels of crime, as collective psyches are affected by constant Orwellian overreach from police. Walnut Creek is full of cops all the time. It doesn't help. A low crime area doesn't need that many police. You don't need police at all. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Isabella?
Can you hear me? Yes. My name is Isabella, and I am a voting Walnut Creek citizen. I also served on the Walnut Creek Youth Leadership Commission for 2 years. I will be reading the petition to demilitarize Walnut Creek police response, which has been signed by over 3,000 people. Dear Walnut Creek Mayor Haskew, Chief Chaplain, City Council members, City Attorney, and City Manager, we object to the treatment of nonviolent protesters at the June 1st, 2020 demonstrations in Walnut Creek and demand an immediate end to the use of military and escalatory tactics by the Walnut Creek Police Department. We oppose the use of military vehicles, rubber bullets, police dogs, and tear gas, as these tactics are inconsistent with our community values. Tear gas is banned under international law for use in war due to its dangerous health effects, which include death, lung disease, and now fostering the spread of COVID-19. The use of tear gas, rubber bullets, military vehicles, and police dogs, and other aggressive and escalatory tactics hold an ugly place in the history of the suppression of the civil rights movement. They are unacceptable in policing peaceful petitioners seeking racial justice and criminal justice reform. We demand that the Walnut Creek Police Department, effective immediately, use only nonviolent de-escalatory responses to peaceful demonstrators, to calls for mental health support, and to other nonviolent events, and that it require the same of its partners. We call for city management to enact policies to ban the use of these weapons of war against peaceful demonstrators, as well as other nonviolent calls for police support or actions. We call for the City Council to pass a resolution enacting a ban on military tactics and equipment. We call for discussion and action on this matter by the City Council on June 16th, 2020. We oppose the militarization of the Walnut Creek Police Department. Thank you for your prompt action on this issue. And as a private citizen, I would like to say I'm so proud of every speaker, and I'm so disappointed by the council and the city's actions.
Thank you. Next.
Sarah?
Good job, Sarah. I can hear you.
That's my turn. Hello.
Hi. Please speak.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Sarah Duckler. I'm a resident of Walnut Creek, a homeowner and a voter. I'd like to speak in relation to the last speaker on the petition to demilitarize Walnut Creek police response, which received over 3,000 signatures in the last few days. I would like to read out loud into the record some of the comments that the signatures left as they left their signatures on the petition. So these are people from the Walnut Creek area and beyond, including Concord, Berkeley, Lafayette, even as far as Los Angeles or Washington, who've been watching the events unfold in Walnut Creek because, as you know, we've been on national news. So some of the comments that have come with the petition: defund the police. Tear gas on protesters is wrong. It is dangerous and unethical. Police are here to serve and protect. Military equipment has no valid purpose in that mission. Military hardware does not belong in the hands of any civil police force, particularly in a department with a history of use of force problems and without ample training and oversight. The military and the police are separate and have been separate since the beginning of this country for a reason. I lived in Walnut Creek for many years and was appalled by the tactics used by your police against peaceful protesters last weekend. You must do better to protect our constitutional rights and our democracy. Police are there to protect and serve the citizens, not antagonize and attack them. Do better, do your job. What circus act is my hometown trying to perform here? Militarized police in Walnut Creek? That sounds like a setup to some joke. Absolutely unacceptable. There is no need for such brute force in a relatively small city. Who signed off on these vehicles? Who allowed this to happen? Who is responsible for this embarrassing display of militarist empowerment? However, we need to get out.
We're out of time. Thank you for sharing.
Zach Isaac.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Zach Isaac, and I grew up here in Walnut Creek. I went to school with Miles Hall from kindergarten through 12th grade, and I've been a resident here for the last 20 years. I think you've heard by now the extent of the community's outrage of the WCPD's use of excessive force, not only on Miles Hall, but also on all of the peaceful protesters. I echo all of those who have called for reallocating resources from the WCPD to social services and mental health resources, including a non-police crisis response to mental health calls. After a year of little to no progress, what is the council doing specifically to ensure that there will be action in police-related and anti-racist initiatives? Are you willing to put forth a timeline outlining when we can expect action on your part? And other cities have been quick to adopt new measures. What is the holdup with Walnut Creek? Your inaction speaks volumes to how you value Black and other POC voices. As a person of color myself, I speak from experience when I say that it is easy to feel like an outsider in the city. You may have seen a video recently of a white woman named Lisa Alexander confronting a man in San Francisco who was painting a Black Lives Matter sign in front of his house, assuming he did not live in that affluent neighborhood. My family had almost the exact same experience when we moved here 20 years ago. Seeing an all-white council sitting before me who hasn't taken meaningful action in a full year does not give me hope that you are prioritizing Black and POC voices. As an all-white council, it is your responsibility to not only listen to minority voices, but to include them when you're creating new policies. So I ask you, how are you going to include melanated voices when you're crafting policies for our city? Thank you. I yield to the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Amber?
Hello, my name is Amber McCann. My pronouns are she, her, and I am a resident of Walnut Creek, California. To be truthful, the entirety of this city council meeting, apart from the crucial comments citizens of Walnut Creek have made regarding the abolishment of WCPD and the wrongful death of Miles Hall, has greatly disturbed me. City council members, I urge you to think critically about what kind of a statement you are making by talking about, in quotes, what a privilege it was to grab a beer downtown and to see the reopening of Broderick. You know what, Terry? You're right. You are privileged. You have the privilege of walking the streets without fearing your life. You have the privilege of thinking naively about beer, business, and brunch rather than fearing that you're going to be the next hashtag. Black people are being killed. As representatives of our community, you should not be expressing anything less than direct acknowledgement and addressment of the inherent anti-Blackness within WCPD and all police departments across the US. In fact, not addressing these issues and listening to the public is an inflammatory attack not only on all Black lives, but it is even further of a confirmation that humanity and empathy have been lost here. I'm looking forward to seeing the responses from each city council member regarding how they are individually contributing to anti-racist action. Accountability is more than necessary, especially with people we elect to be our leadership. And let me say loud and clear, if the Walnut Creek Police Department had not been the first responders, Miles Hall would not have been killed. If instead the immediate response was from a mental health professional, Miles Hall would have been treated with compassion, care, and protection. It should not be a death sentence to be Black and have mental illness. We need specialized mental health crisis response, and we need it now. In the words of Melodoma Somé, a true community does not need a police force. The very presence of a law enforcement system in a community is an indication that something is not working. Abolish the police, justice for Miles Hall.
Thank you.
I'm going to pronounce this wrong, but Atya.
Hello, I'm watching with my sister under my sister's name, but I'm Nitya Dekmar, and I'm a Walnut Creek resident and high schooler. As someone who suffers from mental illness and is extremely anxious right now speaking for years, I would always talk to my parents about how concerned I would be if I was distressed or in a crisis and a police officer were to act harshly regardless of my harmless behavior. I'm a person of color, however, I am not Black and cannot even fathom how much worse it is to have the added bias that Miles Hall had for his race. I've experienced numerous times people being insensitive towards mental illness in this community, and it shows that our community is not handling mental illness correct and has handled it so badly that it has costed someone's life. Even as I listen to everyone talk about Miles Hall, it doesn't seem to feel real. This is a person who is dead, someone who won't be able to marry and have kids, who won't be able to get a parking, which you talk so fervently about. As I heard about the news of the protests, I felt so heartbroken and scared for my classmates. Just seeing Walnut Creek become trending on Twitter for its terrible behavior, and seeing a video of a 14-year-old get tear gassed and feeling extremely disgusted. I was proud of my classmates who stand up for what was correct, while other people in my community, who I had in my history class, have videos saying the N-word, justifying slavery and police brutality, and being extremely racist. So how is it that our community is like this? Why do we have 70 to 80% white people and 2% Black folks? Why is it that our community is being so racist and so divided? I saw a Black man kneeling on the streets with his shirt removed while the police took photos of him laughing. I saw this when I was in 6th grade. I want to end off by saying that something that really resonated with me is the term sundown towns, which is so little talked about. These are towns which are highly racist and practice their own means of extreme racism and segregation. I always wanted to believe that Walnut Creek and their neighboring communities would not be considered one.
Okay,
I'm
one more sentence, you're out of time.
I have one more sentence. Can I quickly finish it?
That's fast. Yes.
But as I'm seeing all of this and hearing what people are saying, it is up to you now to show what you are as a town. Demilitarize the police and defund.
2 sentences, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kelly?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kelly Ho, and I'm a woman of color living in Walnut Creek. City Council, I am deeply disappointed in your leadership. Your accounts on social media, the Walnut Creek City Hall and Walnut Creek Police Department accounts, painted a biased picture of the protest. You celebrate the efforts of your officers for stopping the looting and rioting. You reported broken windows and vandalized cars, but what you failed to report was that peaceful protesters with their arms in the air and their knees on the ground begged not to be hurt. I was there. Our cries and tears didn't work. Your officers still intended to hurt us. Also, the pride flag that you fly at City Hall does not include the brown and black stripes that draw attention to the issues of people of color within the LGBTQ+ community. It's clear that your leadership has shown that you don't see and you don't care about your citizens of color. How can we trust the leadership and the police officers of our city? I agree and echo all the public comments made today with the exception of one. We are begging you to enact change, abolish the police, and bring justice to Miles Hall's family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Melba?
My name is Melba. I stand corrected. My name is Melba Elguezabal, and I'm a resident and taxpayer of Walnut Creek. I have only one question for you, which is, why should I continue to pay my taxes to Walnut Creek when you can continue to pay the salary of 2 officers who murdered Miles Hall? I am defunding Walnut Creek until you put those 2 officers in jail. I hope you understand this.
Thank you.
Sophia?
Sophia? Doesn't look like she's, yeah.
Okay. Dylan? Oh,
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
My name is Sophia Siraj, and I'm a resident and recent high school graduate of Walnut Creek. It's recently, and I'd just like to say that I agree with everybody who spoke before me except for the guy who said to add more money to the police. You suck. It's recently come to my attention that the Walnut Creek Police Department does not currently have policies instated that have been proven to decrease police violence by 72%. It is easy to feel like Walnut Creek is far removed from these issues, but we just passed the 1-year anniversary of the death of Miles Hall, a young Black man who was fatally shot by Walnut Creek police officers. If the officers involved in that case had been required to exhaust all other means before shooting, then Miles would still be alive. I'm calling for the following police policies to be instated. Require de-escalation, ban chokeholds and strangleholds, require comprehensive reporting, require officers to exhaust all other means before shooting, ban shooting at moving vehicles, and require a force of continuum. As your constituent, I cannot accept belonging to a community in which the safety of each resident is not guaranteed. As a member of the electorate, I implore you to take action now, beginning by taking former President Obama's mayoral pledge. Review your police use of force policies, engage your communities by including a diverse range of input, experiences, and stories in your review. Report the findings of your review to your community and seek feedback, and reform your community's policing using the force of policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia.
Dylan?
Hello, my name is Dylan Kupch, and I grew up in Walnut Creek. Living in this community for practically my entire life, I remember some of the shaming things that the city council has done. I remember the city council unanimously voting to try to segregate our schools and decrease access for people of color against virtually all the wishes of students and teachers at that school. I remember the city councilors coming to my high school and stating that they shipped off the Walnut Creek homeless population to a religious center due to the lack of financial resources. Now, I desperately don't want to remember that our city council refused to substantially address the police violence within our community. As someone who attended the June 1st protest, I remember the loud shots of tear gas going into the crowd, the war zone-like screams of people running into the background. I remember a child, a 10-year-old person, crying out for their mother during the protest, making sure they're not hit by the tear gas from the police. Now, I asked the city council, do you want to be remembered as the city council that did not act when the police were using chemical weapons against peaceful protesters? Or do you want to actually live up to the phrase that you advertise as the jewel of the East Bay? Please defund the Walnut Creek Police Department and take substantial action against the police department. We do not want another Miles Hall. Thank you. I yield my time.
Sam?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Sam Bowman, he, him, his. I'm a San Francisco resident currently serving the city of Walnut Creek through the AmeriCorps program Civic Spark. As my fellowship draws to a close, I have to say my sense of civic pride has not been sparked by the violent actions of Walnut Creek PD towards peaceful protesters, nor by the city's justification for its use of force, nor by the city manager's heavily scripted one-way communication with city staff, which silenced the voices of those with legitimate questions and prevented an important discussion on what the nationwide protests for racial justice mean for Walnut Creek's community. I've had the pleasure of working with the Youth Commission on issues of climate justice, and I have to say, when I think about them coming of age in a time when their peers, possibly their friends, have been violently repressed for standing up for a Walnut Creek that welcomes people of color and Black people in particular, I feel sick to my stomach. Our nation is in the midst of a momentous turning point. Now is the time for the City Council to reflect on this moment and on the passionate and eloquent statements pouring in from so many of your residents tonight. It's time to ban tear gas and rubber bullets as instruments against peaceful protesters. It's time to acknowledge that systemic racism exists in Walnut Creek as it does everywhere in the USA. It's time for Walnut Creek to acknowledge that Miles Hall did not deserve to be killed, to fire the officers who killed him, and to provide restitution to his family, which will never make up for the loss of his life. My fellowship will be over in just 6
6 weeks. As I said, my civic pride has not been sparked by the shameful response of this city, but the torch has been passed to a new generation standing up for racial justice and an equitable future, and that warms my heart and that kindles my civic pride. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam.
Dylan?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is actually not Dylan, this is Emily Moffett. And I would like to say that at the June 2nd meeting, and perhaps in previous meetings, Council Member Waddell opened himself up for any citizen who'd like to meet with him. And so my husband and I took him up on that opportunity. So I'd like to thank him for that and meeting with us quickly. Where we were educated and learned a lot about the processes behind City Council and how decisions are made. So thank you, Council Member Waddell, for that time. But one thing that I would like to highlight from what I learned on the call with him was that the report that I think will eventually be reported on tonight, also known as the update on civil unrest events and response to council inquiries that's on the agenda, is an internally authored report, meaning it was authored by someone within the Walnut Creek Police Department and was not authored by an independent outside party. And that, in my opinion, is alarming and makes me wonder if the City Council and Police Department are interested in true accountability. Doing a self-review or investigating yourself related to what happened on the protests on June 1st, I don't think is a very effective method. And I don't really think that it exemplifies leadership. So as much as we're all waiting to hear about the report tonight, I do think it has a really big watermark on it that it needs to be spoken, that it's been written by the people who are evaluating themselves. So that to me is problematic, and I would like to ask and call for an external party to review the events of June 1st and even what happened the night before. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Town Hall?
Todd? I think she's changed her mind.
Okay.
Or she hasn't come on. Then. Are we having technical problems again?
No, I think she came off. She's still on as an attendee. Mayor, I can go ahead and read in the written public comments.
Would you please?
Dawn just raised her hand.
Oh. Let's try Town Hall again.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay. Hey, I just want to say how good it feels to have all these speakers tonight speaking on behalf of Miles and our family. And as you know, we've been coming to the Walnut Creek City Council every other week, the first and third Tuesdays. And while we haven't felt alone, it just feels nice to have all these voices that have spoken up for my son, for our family, and it's greatly appreciated. Miles, as you know, did not deserve to die, and he had a mental illness, and he wasn't treated with care and compassion. And that's where we've been asking the city leadership for that assistance and for that help, because we are trying to avoid something else happening to another loved one. So I just wanted to thank all the people today for speaking up for Miles. His sister wants to say something as well, and she's coming. Come.
Hi, everyone. I want to say thank you as well. We appreciate the support, and we, cannot make this change without you, the citizens, the voters, and also you, the city council members. So again, please listen tonight to all of the demands that people have made on our behalf. We support it. We want it. We need change for my brother. Again, thank you for everyone who has spoke for Justice for Miles Hall. We appreciate you, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you again.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Jillian?
Okay. Hello?
Oh.
I'd like to read a poem by Meister Eckhart. He was a 12th century Catholic monk and mystic, and it's called A Plague. A plague. What a cruel act to be untruthful. Earthquakes happen in the heart when that hear sounds that are amiss. Havoc is created in the mind that can no longer trust someone once loved, and schisms devour alliances that help support our life. Words can enrich and be wonderful spices mixed into the days we imbibe with all our senses. There are fields in our soul, lush organic meadows. Those sounds and words that fall there can be, at times, a poison. A plague is spread by one who cannot tell the truth. So I appreciate this opportunity for the community to get together and we all speak our truth. And I ask that the Walnut Creek City Council and the Walnut Creek Police Department look honestly at the consequences of the choices and the actions they've made in the face of these protests, and that the city resources be allocated towards supporting our citizens rather than fighting them and scaring them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Abby?
Oh, Abby, okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Hi, my name is Abby Pennington. I grew up next door to the Halls, and I spoke to City's Council about 6 months ago. And I talked about, I work as a mental health worker in San Francisco and do street outreach. And then I spoke specifically about the lack of de-escalation techniques used with Miles. But today, I kind of wanted to, I've been listening to all this, and I'm just thinking it's been about a year, and what's been done is a mental health awareness campaign, a police advisory board, a moment of silence for Miles, and just so much time spent talking with FOSAF. And I know that you all feel for the Halls, but just truly none of these things are accountability for what happened or policy that will change what would happen tomorrow if the same thing happened. If a Black man called in a mental health crisis, I believe the same thing would happen if there was no policy change. And I also wanted to add that I know all the time that FOSAF has put in talking, and sometimes that feels like something's happening, but if there's no concrete change from that, it just is FOSAF trying to explain in different words, trying to make it like feel to you guys that it matters. And yeah, I wrote some down, but now that I'm here, and just, yeah, that's kind of all I got, but I hope you all listen, and it's great to hear all these voices. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby.
Mayor, I'll now go to the written public comments.
Please.
This email is from John Smith. Good evening, council members and citizens of Walnut Creek. I have lived and worked in Walnut Creek for the past 20 years. As a citizen of Walnut Creek, I can no longer stand on the sidelines as one of the silent majority. I recently learned that a petition was being circulated to be introduced to the council to cut funding for the police department by 50%, as well as requesting policy changes that will put each and every citizen in danger on a daily basis. I strongly oppose several requests in this petition. These cuts would cause employees to lose jobs and, more importantly, make Walnut Creek unsafe and a target for criminals. This is not Minneapolis, this is not Chicago, and this is not Atlanta. I do not think that problems in larger communities with more socioeconomic problems should be balanced on the budget of Walnut Creek. The city and police department have already addressed the request regarding de-escalation training and the 8 Can't Wait initiative. From researching city budgets for 14 cities in Contra Costa County, Walnut Creek ranks 13th, 30% out of 14 as far as the amount earmarked for police services. Only Danville at 29.8% spends a smaller percentage. Other cities range from 30.8% to 61.5% for Pittsburgh and 71% for Antioch. The cities that spend over 55% are Concord, Richmond, Pittsburgh, and Antioch. Further, the petition requests for officers to not carry firearms while patrolling the city is simply ludicrous and puts every citizen and officer in Walnut Creek at risk. As all of us are sympathetic to the loss of a loved one due to mental illness, it unfortunately feels like the petition comes from a position of hurt, anger, and selfishness and would put all citizens at risk of being victimized. We will be posting that letter and sending it to the council in its entirety. The next public written comment is from Jeffrey Elfont. Council members, I'm curious as to why I have not been contacted by the Walnut Creek Police Department regarding the evidence I have provided to them regarding the looting incident occurring on May 31st at approximately 17:15 hours. I was at my house on Maria Lane and observed numerous individuals running across Newell Avenue carrying large numbers of clothes with tags on and without bags. I took substantial number of photos of their faces and pictures of their license plates. I forwarded these photos to Lieutenant Brown on June 6, 2020, but have yet to have a response. Sincerely, Jeffrey M. Elfont, former Reserve Deputy Sheriff.
Thank you.
The next email is from Karen and John Thompson. Walnut Creek Council encloses a copy of an email I sent to Mayor Haskew expressing my concerns relating to the treatment facility planned for 123 Broadia Way. I respectfully request that these concerns be put on the next city council meeting. Thank you for consideration. And what's attached states, good morning, my name is John M. Thompson and I'm the owner of 141 Broadia Way in Walnut Creek. It has recently been brought to my attention that an organization named Evolve has purchased 123 Broadia Way to be used as a treatment center for troubled youth. I find this to be unusual as I have lived in many communities across the country and these types of facilities generally require special zoning. While I have only owned my Broadia Way property for 3 years, I know California to be a state highly protective of citizen and homeowner rights, and I feel that a facility of this nature would put my family at risk should there be an incident at this proposed treatment center. It is admirable that there are organizations who work to help troubled individuals, but I strongly believe that these types of facilities are best suited for locations zoned to provide the proper professional and clinical access and to put the residents in a residential neighborhood at risk of harm or injury. I understand that there is a city meeting planned for June 16th, and I would like to go on the record as a concerned resident of 141 Broadia Way, as I fear my family could be at risk should this center be allowed to begin operation. Thank you for your consideration. Respectfully, John M. Thompson. That is the extent of the written comments, but we do have a couple more hands raised.
All right.
Vivian?
Hi, y'all. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Cool. Sorry, there's a little bit of a delay. So I too want to say thank you so much. This is Vivian McHenry with the Friends of Alexis, with the Scott, Alexis, and Ton Hall, FOSATH and Justice for Miles Hall. Go to justiceformileshall.org and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. I just want to thank we all want to just thank all of the support, the outpouring of support from all over the country, but particularly this county and Walnut Creek and the youth in particular, but everybody for fighting for justice, for social justice, for racial justice, for equity and equality, and for having a voice and for standing up against power structures. Oftentimes they listen and sometimes they don't. And what is going on tonight is just heartwarming. So we hope that you're listening. We believe that some of you really are, and we thank you. Good night.
Good night. Thank you, Vivian.
E.G. Crowder.
Thank you. Gigi, unmute, please.
Okay, there's a delay with unmuting, but I had to get on, hadn't planned on getting on tonight, but I just heard the comments of individuals who are speaking around NIMBYism and not wanting a treatment program in their neighborhood. And sadly, perhaps had there been a treatment program for Miles, he would still be with us today. So I would hope that you would consider having treatment for young people right there in Walnut Creek where they live. I also want to thank all of the young speakers who showed up tonight in a very big way, who have it much better than a lot of older adults about what is needed to truly have a community where you love all of your citizens. I think that these young people are examples of what we should have in place if we're actually going to be embracing those that live with mental health challenges and doing it in such a way that when peaceful protesters show up and fight for justice, we embrace them and celebrate the fact that they care about the city. That's for me what they're demonstrating, that they care about the city getting on the right track. I also would like to know what happened with those green ribbons that most people paid $20 for, but we put them on the trees in Walnut Creek and they went down. So if anyone, hopefully they weren't destroyed and at some point I can come and pick it up. Anyone can let me know where they are. This is a campaign around promoting mental health awareness. And I walked into this hoping that the city of Walnut Creek was supporting the effort with a wholeheartedness approach around aligning itself with the Hall family and with NAMI Contra Costa County. I'm now feeling like maybe that wasn't what was really happening, but I would like to know what happened with the ribbons, and I'd like for you to make sure that if there's an opportunity for a treatment program for young people to come into the city of Walnut Creek, that you embrace it with open arms. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Gigi. I'm giving a small amount of time to make sure we've captured everyone that wanted to speak. Hearing no additional ones, it is now time for council member and staff announcements on reports on activities and requests. Are there any closed session announcements?
Madam Mayor, there were no reportable actions from closed session this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager, do you have anything that you'd like to report?
I do not this evening.
Thank you. I'm looking for a hand to be the first to report. Matt, would you please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to report on a meeting of the HCD subcommittee that I serve on with you that we had this morning. And staff brought forward a very exciting proposal from RCD, who's an affordable housing developer in the city and has a good track record of building a lot of great projects here. This would be an affordable housing project of 95 units, designated mostly for extremely low and low income households. Those are those that make no more than 60% of the area median income. It would be at Civic and Ignacio Valley, so close to downtown, close to BART. And you and I both made a recommendation, Mayor, to forward on a funding proposal to the full council, and I'm excited to see that come forward.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything, Mayor Protem?
I have nothing to report on. I just wanted to thank the speakers that did speak. Obviously, it's been the last 3 to 4 hours that we've heard that, and I appreciate everything they had to say. All of the younger speakers that probably for the first time, they may have been speaking at a city council meeting. And so I did want to thank them for that. Also, I know a lot of time people will get off right after they speak and then they don't listen to the rest of the meeting. And I would encourage them to listen to the next report. There'll be some of the answers to some of the questions that they had. And there's certainly some new information that I didn't know before either. So I'm hoping that people do stay around and listen to the next consideration item, and hopefully it'll give them some answers that they're looking for. Maybe not all of them, but at least some.
Councilmember Silva.
Thank you very much, Mayor. First, I wanted to clarify with staff and for Gigi Crowder and for the Thompsons. Brodia Way is in unincorporated Walnut Creek. It's off of La Casa Villa, further out from John Muir Hospital. So the processing of the application for that facility will be handled by the county, I believe. So we want to be sure that everyone is directed toward the county to make their comments, either pro or against that. Also, I would, perhaps we can figure out what happened to the ribbons in Civic Park. If you don't know at this point, I know they were up and then they came, evidently they came down, and if city manager, if you know, that would be great. If we don't know, perhaps you've taken yourself off the microphone. So perhaps you have an answer to that?
Yeah, I was just going to send Ms. Crowder an email on this issue. It's my understanding after checking with our public works folks that as we're aware, those were placed up, I believe, the morning of June 1st by NAMI and other folks in an attempt to help promote peace for the protests that were occurring that week. There were several thousand people that were in the park throughout the course of that week. It's my understanding in talking with our maintenance folks that most of the ribbons were either missing or were on the ground and had been damaged, and that they left the ones up that were still in place and undamaged.
Thank you. A couple of other reports. The state legislature issued its proposal for the California budget yesterday. Now the governor and the Assembly and the Senate are debating the budget. The state legislature took a different approach from the governor. They are more reliant or keeping their fingers crossed that the federal government will be providing more funds to backfill our budgets as a result of the COVID crisis. But of note is that this legislature's budget includes additional funding to support existing homelessness programs. So we would be getting a share of that to support the work that we are doing. And there's transportation funding, but it also the legislature's budget allocates $500 million to cities for homelessness, public health, public safety, and other services to combat the COVID-19 pandemic. Doesn't mean $500 million would come to Walnut Creek, but at least we would get $50,000 and probably more than that, but it all has to be related to COVID-19. So that means that all of the records we were keeping of our expenses during that time are really important. And since so many people are on the line today, I would remind them that this federal census is still going on. It is 2020 census.gov. If you have not been counted in your household, it is time to go online and do that. More than 76% of Walnut Creek residents have completed the process. We have 2 census tracts out near Encino Grande and Ignacio and Oak Grove that have actually exceeded 86% response rate. So we have a couple of census tracts that need a little more oomph there downtown. But I think what's important about it is the allocation of federal funding for everything from roads to education to social services and healthcare services is dependent on having an accurate count of our residents, not citizens, it's residents. So please make sure whatever household you live in has completed the process. And so there are so many of you that have come here tonight to speak. That is one action you can take that actually has an immediate cause and effect. So thank you very much, Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Waddell.
I do have things to report, but I will withhold them into next meeting so we can hopefully move on to the issue at hand that so many people came.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you. Would you?
I said I have things to report, but I will hold off till next meeting so that we can hopefully move forward as quickly as possible to the issue that so many people came up to speak about tonight.
Okay, thank you. My report is that I went Transpac and we adjusted. We met to discuss what to do because our year-end plan was essentially done in by COVID-19. And so we're looking for new and important stuff to do. We did pass approval of funding requests from Rossmore and Walnut Creek for their senior transportation programs. And we're hoping that we will be able to fund the second year at least that much or more, but it all depends on the turnaround. And last but not least, I'm going to read a statement that I issued this afternoon regarding graffiti. In the midst of so many things that seem unbelievable, it has come to the city's attention that there have been instances of racist graffiti appearing in town, particularly along the Iron Horse Trail. It is being removed as quickly as possible after it's reported discovered. I am appalled and ashamed that anybody in our community would do such a thing. Walnut Creek is a community that embraces diversity, that benefits from diversity, and that abhors anything that does not support diversity of all kinds. All acts of graffiti and public communications of hateful actions are denounced by our community, and I personally ask those people who find the need to share their unwanted feelings, stop right now. All right, on to the next meeting, and it's an item of consideration. This is a long and complex report. While there is some overlap between the different segments of this report, the decision has been made to divide the discussion into 2 sections. There will be opportunity for public comments for each of these sections. The first section will cover the topics identified as items 1, 2, 7, 8, and 9, as described in the staff report. And then the council will ask questions of the staff and then take public comments on these topics. Please focus your comments on these specific topics. The next segment will be topics 3, 4, 5, and 6. There will be an opportunity for public comment then on those topics. If you choose, you may speak at each public comment period. We anticipate there will be a significant amount of public comment. It is therefore likely that when the meeting time approaches a late hour, such as 11 p.m., the council will elect to continue the meeting to another date. We appreciate your courtesy in your comments. In an effort to give as many speakers the opportunity to be heard, we suggest that if other speakers before you have said essentially everything that you wish to cover, you may choose to only make a brief statement of support for the comments of the prior speakers. Like before, please raise your hand or hit *9 if you are connected by audio. If you would like to provide public comment for either of these sections. May I please ask for the staff report on update on civil unrest events and response to council inquiries. City Manager, I believe you're kicking it off.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Council, and everybody who's attending here this evening. As you noted, Mayor, there is a comprehensive written report that is attached as part of this agenda item. We are going to intend to cover most of that information that is in that report as part of this presentation. As you noted, we did rearrange the order a bit. There are 9 sections in the written report. We are not going through them 1 through 9. As you can see, if we can pull up a slide here, please, and go to slide 2. Go to the next slide. That we have grouped them in a more cohesive manner, if you will, in that we have items 1, 2, 8, 7, and 9 as part of the first presentation. And what our intent is that staff will provide an update. Your council could ask questions, then open it up for public comment, and then your council would deliberate and provide any direction as you deem appropriate on those items that are part of part 1 of the presentation. I would assume at some point we may take a break in between there, and then on section part 2, we would cover items 3, 4, 5, and 6 from the agenda report, as you can see here. And so you're going to hear from numerous speakers this evening. Obviously, if you have questions, feel free to ask them along the way, unless you'd like to wait for the natural break points. I'm going to kick things off here in just a moment, and then we're going to hear from several members of not only our police department, but of our staff as well here this evening. And what I'm going to do is provide a high-level overview of the timeline of events of what occurred between Thursday, May 28th, and Friday, June 5th. And I want to emphasize and highlight there were 3 very distinct events that occurred. On May 31st, there was a looting event. On June 1st, there was a protest. And on June 5th, there was a peaceful protest. Those are 3 very distinct events, and we're going to spend some time talking about each one of those because the circumstances surrounding each one are very different. And so if we can go to the next slide, please. Next one. All right, so as we're all aware, in the the aftermath of the murder of George Floyd, there were protests, some of which were peaceful, some of which were violent, not only throughout the entire country, but close to home and in the Bay Area. And beginning on May 28th, there was a considerable amount of chatter, if you will, on social media about targeting Walnut Creek for both peaceful protests and for violence. And given the uncertainty of the situation, we did not know what to expect. And as you'll hear from Captain Hill here shortly, there was a lot of inaccurate information, obviously, on social media. There were fake accounts that were created. In fact, there were some fake accounts made by the city of Walnut Creek that were attempting to incite violence by tempting and daring people to come to Walnut Creek because we could effectively take them out that way. We worked with the social media companies to have those removed, which we did, only to have others pop up and have to continue to try to remove fake city of Walnut Creek accounts on social media. On Saturday, May 30th, there was a peaceful protest, maybe somewhere in the neighborhood of 30, 40 people that were in around Civic Park and also on the corner of Ignacio Valley Road and Civic Drive, which is, for those that are familiar with that area, there are oftentimes protesters there for many different types of events. Very peaceful. Our PD was aware of it. In fact, it's my understanding that some of our PD drove by and went by the protest in order to support their efforts as they too protest what happened in Minneapolis. That said, we began hearing a considerable amount of more chatter on social media about June 1st, and that it would be a very large protest. And again, the messages were split, some calling for peace, some calling for violence. That continued to wrap up by way of some background information that's not on this slide, I, as the Emergency Services Director for the city, convened an emergency meeting with our executive team on Sunday afternoon on the 31st to begin planning more in depth for the Monday, June 1st protest. We talked that through. Our plan was to obviously plan for peace, but be prepared for violence, not knowing what would happen. We convened that meeting and had discussed implementing a curfew and taking more aggressive measures, and decided not to at that point in time, thinking that it seemed premature and we didn't want to jump the gun. Shortly after finishing up that meeting, our Walnut Creek PD began seeing posts on social media, and we'll hear in more detail, received other intel that suggested there would be a non-peaceful gathering in downtown Walnut Creek on that Sunday, on the 31st. Shortly thereafter, several hundred people showed up and began looting in the streets of Walnut Creek. The issue was heightened considerably shortly after the people arrived, there was a shooting, which obviously intensifies the situation. I then made the decision to put a curfew in place. And we also then put an urgent order out to our public works folks to help secure streets, obviously in addition to our PD being called out, and to also board up the city facilities, the library, the leisure center, and certainly City Hall and a couple other smaller structures. Those fortunately mostly avoided being damaged. The leisure center did receive some damage and some vandalism that occurred. And that's what occurred on May 31st. There, again, as you can see on the slide, about 600 people that arrived. There were over 40 businesses that were either looted or vandalized, and obviously protecting people's lives, both those who were protesting or looting. It was a very different type of protest. If anyone wants to consider it a protest, it was a looting activity. And also obviously protect those that were downtown. Not only the workers and stores, but those that were visiting downtown. So that occurred May 31st. And then if we can flip the slide, on June 1st, then there were 3,000 to 5,000 people that showed up for the protest. It started in Civic Park, and then folks marched around the streets. And again, our Captain Jay Hill will speak to that in considerable detail. And then there were multiple smaller peaceful protests that occurred in the ensuing days, Tuesday to Thursday of that week. There's also a countywide curfew was put into effect, not just the one that we'd put into effect as a city, but the county sheriff and county administrator decided to put one in for all of the county, including Walnut Creek. That was subsequently rescinded on June 4th. There was then another protest on June 5th, as you can see here, with a couple thousand people. That was peaceful, no issues that I am aware of or that PD is aware of in terms of any violence or damage that was done. And I immediately lifted the curfew thereafter. So that is the overview of events that occurred and the timeline in which it occurred. And with that, unless there are any specific questions for me, and I would ask possibly that we wait for Captain Jay Hill to give his presentation here before we go into too many detailed questions, because he will cover this entire timeline in much more detail than what I just provided. Captain Hill?
Yeah. Sorry for the interruption. Tom Chaplin, police chief. For the record, I do want to let you know that Captain Hill's working on some technical difficulties. Hopefully he's got them solved now. With that, I'll introduce the captain in charge of our patrol operations and the sworn uniform function. So hopefully he's got this worked out. Captain Hill?
Yes, thank you for the save. Had a technical difficulty there, but okay. So good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. I'm Captain Jay Hill of your Walnut Creek Police Department, and tonight I'm going to share with you some of the details of the events that occurred between May 30th and June 5th related to the protests and looting that occurred in Walnut Creek. I will also try and address some of the comments that I've heard tonight. would also like to preface this presentation by saying that we are still in the early stages of analyzing our response, and a thorough after-action report will be prepared. It's being prepared as we speak. What we are sharing with you tonight is based on the information we have at this time and is subject to change as we continue to review reports and analyze video and other evidence as it comes in. As you'll see, we had multiple agencies that assisted us with these events, and they are still in the process of preparing some of the reports. So we're still gathering all of that information. So next. So on Friday, May 29th, our crime analysts began monitoring local events in an effort to gather intelligence that could help the city prepare for events planned in Walnut Creek. On May 29th, she started noticing a lot of chatter on social media regarding looting and civil unrest in the Bay Area. The Walnut Creek Target store was specifically mentioned on May 29th as a potential target for looting and theft. And in light of that information, the Walnut Creek Police Department called in extra officers specifically assigned to maintain a high visibility presence at Target on the evening of May 29th. We're happy to report that no issues were reported that evening in Walnut Creek. However, that is in contrast to a lot of the activity that we saw throughout the Bay Area on May 29th. There were significant events in Oakland, and the Contra Costa County Mutual Aid Mobile Field Force, that I will refer to multiple times throughout this presentation as MAMF, and they consist of officers from every agency throughout the county, including Walnut Creek. They responded to assist the Oakland Police Department that evening, and there was a lot of violence and looting that took place in Oakland on that night, including the shooting, death, and murder of a security officer at the federal building in Oakland. Next. On the morning of May 30th, we learned of the first protest planned for Walnut Creek. And to prepare for this event, we called in 16 additional officers, detectives, and reserves. Ultimately, this turned out to be a relatively small protest with about 20 to 30 people who showed up, and they started at Civic Park and marched down to the corner of Ignacio Valley Road and Civic. They marched peacefully, holding signs, and there were no reported issues. Next. Throughout the day, on Saturday, May 30th, Walnut Creek began trending on Twitter with multiple posts suggesting looting of downtown businesses, but there was no specific threat regarding a date or time on when this might occur. Most of the posts that we saw on this date, on May 30th, were in regard to an advertised protest that was scheduled for Monday, June 1st at 3 p.m. in Civic Park. It was advertised as a George Floyd solidarity demonstration, and this, by all accounts, was advertised as a peaceful protest. So on this day, we began in earnest preparing for the June 1st protest. This included notifying the county's mutual aid mobile field force and the Central County SWAT team. This was based on what we'd seen taking place throughout the Bay Area as well as the country. And so we wanted to make sure that we were prepared. So we started calling our partners and kind of having them on standby in case anything happened in Walnut Creek. Throughout that day, our crime analysts and detectives continued monitoring social media to gather as much intelligence as we could find for any planned events in Walnut Creek. Next. On Sunday, May 31st, we continued seeing the hashtag Walnut Creek trending, and there was mention of looting and breaking into homes in Walnut Creek. But again, like before, there was no specifics provided regarding when this looting might occur or where it might occur. It was really just general chatter and comments and suggestions of we should take this to Walnut Creek. By Sunday afternoon, we began sharing information with members of Walnut Creek downtown and the businesses downtown about possible looting that might occur. Later in the afternoon, at about 4:15, social media intensified, and we asked our mutual aid mobile field force to be on standby and delay the response to Oakland. They were planning to go to Oakland that night to assist for mutual aid there, and we asked them to be on standby in case they were needed in Walnut Creek. Next. At about 4:25 that afternoon, we received a call from the Oakland Police Department to advise that they too were hearing threats of looting in Walnut Creek. And at that time, we deployed all available resources, everybody we had on duty at that time, to downtown to be a high visibility presence. Again, up until that time, not a lot of specific chatter about coming to Walnut Creek. There, again, it was very general. Let's take this to Walnut Creek. But by the afternoon of May 31st, we started getting more specifics. There was talk of meeting in the Safeway parking lot and looting the stores in Broadway Plaza. This happened very quickly. Again, starting at about 4:15, 4:25, the call from Oakland PD. And at 4:40 p.m., we started getting our first calls of suspicious people arriving at Broadway Plaza with large groups of cars with multiple people inside, blocking their license plate, putting tape over their license plate. Those first calls started coming in. Next. So this picture here depicts some of what occurred on that afternoon. The first report of looting took place at 4:50. This was only 25 minutes after receiving the call from Oakland PD warning us that looters may be coming to town, and an hour or so after the social media chatter started intensifying. We've heard concerns both since then as well as tonight. I've heard concerns about why weren't we more prepared for this and why did we not do more. I want to address a little bit of that during this presentation tonight. The first thing I want to clarify is we did not have all of the advance notice that some people think we had. Again, a couple of days prior, there were comments about people coming to Walnut Creek, but really nothing specific. And as you can imagine, we can't put 200 officers on standby just to have them wait around 24/7, not knowing when or if something might occur. So it wasn't until late that afternoon that we started getting some real substantial information that this would occur. The second thing I want to address in terms of our response is we were greatly outnumbered. When this happened, we had about 25, 30 minutes of advance notice. We had every officer on duty respond to Broadway Plaza. But as you've already heard, and as you see in this slide, the estimated number of looters was approximately 600. So we were greatly outnumbered. We knew that many of them were carrying weapons, and we'd seen that, crowbars, hammers, things like that, to pry wood off of buildings, things to smash windows. So we knew that they did have weapons on them, and we were concerned that confronting them in the act of looting may lead to a significant use of force. So we were concerned with that as well. The other consideration that we had to consider is if we were to make arrests at that time, when we have 4 to 6 officers standing by at different areas around town, if we were to go in and attempt to make arrests in these groups of 15, 20, 30 people, if we were able to grab a few, those officers that make that arrest are now occupied for the next couple of hours handling that arrest, taking them to their car and staying with them throughout the remainder of the event. We had real concerns about depleting our resources very rapidly. If we started going in and making arrests, imagine if we arrested 10 looters, that's going to take at least 10, but probably closer to 15 officers to handle. And we just didn't have the resources available to handle making multiple arrests as much as we would have liked to. So our focus at that time was to contain the looting, try and push them out of the perimeter, and prevent them from re-entering. Next. Actually, wait, can you go back 1 second? The last bullet point on there that I wanted to emphasize is the citywide curfew was put into effect at that time based on what we had seen. Okay, next. This is a photo that most of you have probably already seen. This was one of the people who came to town to commit theft, who was shot by another looter during the chaos of what was occurring downtown. So as all this was going on and officers were all over town trying to contain the looting at multiple stores and multiple locations, we had reports of shots fired and a report of one of the people being shot. This picture was spread across the nation. It went viral, and this officer was taking care of this person during the looting. But as you can imagine, we don't get a lot of shootings in Walnut Creek. When this occurs, it's a big deal. It's another entirely separate crime scene that we have to deal with and ties up a significant number of resources to handle this shooting. As soon as this started, we called for mutual aid from all over the county. I told you we asked our mutual aid mobile field force to be on standby. As soon as we started getting indications that this was happening in Walnut Creek, we asked them to respond. It did take a short time for them to get here, but our mutual aid mobile field force responded, as well as our regional SWAT team and many neighboring jurisdictions, to try and get things back under control. Next. So this was the aftermath of what we saw. A full accounting of what occurred that day is still being worked on. What I can tell you so far from our best information to date is that we had approximately 40 businesses that were looted or vandalized, and loss from thefts and vandalism is still being determined, but we do anticipate the total loss to exceed $2 million. I want to put that into context because one of the comments I heard tonight was all of this over some clothes. So 40 businesses vandalized, damaged, likely well over $2 million of property stolen. This was a very significant event. Next. So on to the following day, June 1st, the planned peaceful protest that we'd been preparing for was set to occur in Civic Park. And based on what we'd seen locally and around the country, this was a all hands on deck event for us, which means we called in everybody available to us. All sworn officers were required to report, as well as reserves and every resource we had. Some of the comments that I've heard tonight are in relation to riot gear. And I've heard comments about officers showing up in riot gear and expecting a riot. And if you show up in riot gear expecting a riot, then that's what you're going to get. I want to remind everyone of the slides that you've just seen of hundreds of looters doing upwards of $2 million in damage, and the theft, and this was in damage and theft just the day prior, and even a shooting. So we had armed people that we knew of in Walnut Creek that committed a shooting. We had upwards of $2 million in damage. So you're right. We prepared heavily for this. We did have officers prepared with riot gear, not knowing what we were going to expect, not only in Walnut Creek, but what we had seen all around the country. Officers have been killed in nearby Oakland. We certainly planned for the worst, but hoped for the best. We didn't have any communication with any organizers of this event. All of our information was coming from our own intelligence that we were trying to gather from social media and other resources to put the pieces of the puzzle together as best we could so we can prepare. But we had zero information, zero cooperation from anybody organizing this event to help us understand what the plans were. So we had to do what we could to, again, prepare for the worst and plan and hope for the best. So all of our sworn members of the police department were required to report, along with our reserves officers, the mutual aid mobile field force, our SWAT team members. In total, we had about 225 officers help us out that day assigned to the event. And ultimately, about 3,000 people showed up and protested peacefully at Civic Park. Next. So during the protest, we learned of a flyer that was being passed out and shared amongst the people in the park that instructed those that were not comfortable with police confrontation to walk to the pedestrian bridge when the protest was ending, to head over to the pedestrian bridge over Ignacio Valley Road, and for those who were comfortable with police confrontation to march to Ignacio Valley Road, where the plan was to shut down Ignacio Valley Road. So once we got that information, we started putting things in place to assist in road closures and blocking the road and planning for this protest to take to the streets. But again, up until this point, we had no information on where they were planning on going. We had blocked off multiple streets downtown. In previous protests that we've had in Walnut Creek, they typically march downtown. So we thought that's where this one was likely headed, but it did head up to Ignacio and ultimately to Highway 680. Go ahead, next please. So the protesters remained in Civic Park from approximately 2:45 p.m. until 4:25 p.m. And from all accounts, this was a peaceful rally with a variety of speakers. But about 4:25 p.m., the group left the park and they marched in the street to various locations downtown. Again, not knowing what route they were going to take, we closed the roads for them the best that we could to ensure their safety. At about 5:25, after protesting and marching downtown, the crowd started marching north towards the freeway. And at about 5:25, they reached Lawrence Way, which is the on-ramp to northbound Highway 680. As that occurred, we notified the California Highway Patrol that they are headed your way. Prior to that, we had absolutely zero indication that they would be marching toward the freeway. So that was a surprise to us. So once they got on the freeway at about 5:35, within 10 minutes of us notifying CHP that they were headed their way, we received our first call from CHP requesting emergency assistance, and they reported their units were surrounded. As you can see, there's quite a number of protesters. Based on this photo, you can see a large number of protesters, both at the bottom left corner of the photo as well as the top. I did hear one person speak tonight to this issue and said that there were a lot more police officers there on the freeway than protesters. But I think you'll see, based on this photo and many others, that the officers were greatly outnumbered. Also, from the command post inside the police department, we could see live streaming. Some people were streaming the event live on social media that we were able to see, and we could see there was physical confrontations taking place between the California Highway Patrol officers and protesters. Next. Again, so this picture depicts some of the cruisers, the CHP cruisers, being surrounded and what they were faced with when they called for emergency assistance. Next. We also received, or CHP received 911 callers from people on the freeway reporting wrong-way drivers, vandalisms, and an assault. One woman reported that the protesters smashed out her back windows. There were reports of people jumping on cars, and there was one report of a protester who spit in the face of the passenger in one of the cars. Next. At about 5:42, this is roughly 6 or 7 minutes after the call for emergency help from CHP, a team of officers were the first to respond to the request for help, but their path was blocked by protesters. And you'll notice in that photo, and I'm going to talk about that vehicle in just a minute, you'll see at the very bottom of the photo there is a tear gas canister with some smoke, and in front of that you'll see what we call a Bearcat, and that is an armored vehicle that I'll talk a little bit more about. And that was the response vehicle that was bringing people in to the aid of the California Highway Patrol, who was requesting our assistance. So orders were given, orders to move were ignored, and tear gas and less lethal 40mm sponge rounds were deployed to clear the path to allow that vehicle to proceed to assist the Highway Patrol. These less lethal weapons had the desired effect, and protesters moved and the vehicle was able to proceed. And when I say that 40mm rounds were fired, to my knowledge, and again, this is subject to change. If I learn otherwise, we'll be happy to share it. To my knowledge, nobody was struck with those 40mm rounds. They were used to try and encourage people to get out of the way, as well as the tear gas, and it did have the desired effect. I also want to point out that this photograph is the event that we've heard so much about, orders being given, move or you will die, or move or you will be dead. And I imagine that most people have already seen the video, and I will certainly agree that the video that circulated, that went viral within days of this event, it certainly sounded like from the outside, move or you will be dead. There's no argument there. It sounded like that. But we did some research, and we took a little closer look at that incident to include video from inside that vehicle. There's a body-worn camera. The officers inside were wearing body-worn cameras, which were much clearer than the audio that was heard outside over a PA system. And based on what we've seen, it unequivocally proves that the officer said, move or you will be gassed. I really want to put that to bed tonight. I've heard it multiple times. What are you going to do about your officers who said, move or you will be dead? That simply did not happen. And we can say that unequivocally. And we put the video out there. I certainly don't have control whether or not what people believe, but I can say unequivocally that that was not said. I also want to point out that this is the vehicle that is repeatedly referred to as a tank, and is the only thing that I can think of when people refer to, when they say that we have military equipment. This vehicle is not a tank, but it is in fact an armored vehicle. It is designed to withstand gunfire and to transport officers into dangerous environments while keeping the officers inside safe. It is also a rescue vehicle designed to allow officers to enter dangerous environments while effecting a rescue of injured citizens, injured officers. It can transport an EMT, a medical technician, into a dangerous zone and allow them to retrieve people who have been injured. So that's the primary purpose of this vehicle. It's to keep officers safe in very dangerous environments, to effect arrests. And that's really the purpose of this vehicle. It is not a tank. It is not a military vehicle. I understand why people say that, though. It does look like it, but that's not the purpose. Lastly, I want to point out that this vehicle is not owned by the Walnut Creek Police Department. It is a shared resource by our regional SWAT team. The Walnut Creek Police Department participates in a regional SWAT team with many of our neighboring jurisdictions, and this is a shared resource among 5 different agencies. So the cost of this is shared, and it's a shared resource. Once on the freeway, officers gave multiple commands to leave before tear gas or less lethal rounds were deployed. When the commands were ignored, these tools, tear gas and less lethal rounds, were deployed to disperse the crowd. It took about 25 minutes ultimately to clear the freeway, but shortly after 6:10, 6:15, the freeway was opened up to traffic. Next. While the freeway incident was clearing up, and shortly after that incident ended, there was another group of protesters who remained downtown at Broadway. This picture is on Broadway, just outside of City Hall, near the intersection of Civic Drive. So this group remained downtown. This occurred at around 6:15, and curfew went into effect at 6:30 p.m. Starting at 6 p.m. Starting at about 6:15 p.m., we started giving dispersal orders and notifying everybody who remained that if they did in fact stay, they would be subject to arrest and gas would be used to disperse the crowd. At least 3 dispersal orders were given, asking people, demanding people leave, and letting them know that they would be subject to arrest and gas would be used if they did not leave. Ultimately, several people from this location were arrested for refusal to disperse and curfew violations. Next. So that occurred at about 6:30. Again, the dispersal orders and the demands and orders to leave started at about 6:15 p.m. We gave about 15 minutes with warnings at every 5-minute interval, approximately. And at 6:30, tear gas was deployed. It did have the desired effect, and the crowd did disperse. We did have some officers who had objects thrown at them during this time. We had a large river rock thrown at an officer. There was also reports of bottles being thrown at officers. But the tear gas had the desired effect of dispersing the crowd. There are no injuries reported at this incident, other than some minor injuries from officers. No injuries to protesters that we're aware of occurred at this event, and by 6:38 p.m., the majority of protesters had dispersed. Next. So after that, those were the significant events. The following days, between June 2nd and June 4th, we saw a couple of smaller peaceful protests in town. The largest one occurred on June 2nd. It was started at Alma Park. Approximately 75 people took to the streets. They did block some intersections, but nothing of any significance, and that remained peaceful. So nothing other than some very small peaceful protests occurred between June 2nd and June 4th. And the countywide curfew was put into effect. I believe that was on June 2nd. Next. On June 5th, this was our last significant event. We started getting information of another planned protest. And from what we heard, to a large extent, this was based on the video that was shared, which people believed heard the officers saying, "Move or you will be dead." To a large extent, this was based on that. And so we started preparing for this one. Again, we didn't know what to expect here, but everybody was advertising for a peaceful protest, and we certainly hoped that that's what we received. We did not expect this one to be nearly as large as the one on June 1st. Based on what we'd seen on social media, this was just expected to be much smaller. And it was smaller, but really not nearly as much as we expected it to be. But to our delight, it was peaceful. We closed down roads when the marchers took to the roads. We leapfrogged each other and made sure that we were blocking down intersections and allowing the marchers to march in the roadway. This march left Civic Park, went all the way up to Treat Boulevard. One thing that we had learned from the previous protest on the 1st is to block the access to the freeways, because that's really where all of our problems occurred. Up until the protesters entered the freeway on June 1st, we had no issues. And so we wanted to do what we could to make sure that this one did not enter the freeway. So as the marchers began moving north, we blocked off the intersections and the on-ramps to the freeway. They marched all the way up to Treat Boulevard, where they made a U-turn, came back into town, made a couple of stops to kneel at intersections. Again, we blocked roads and blocked access to intersections to allow them to march peacefully without fear of vehicular traffic. They made it back to the park, and by 4:30 that afternoon, this crowd had dispersed, and we had nothing but compliments for the people who participated in this protest. It was very peaceful, and we encourage this 7 days a week. One thing I would like to add and like to share is one commenter tonight mentioned Art Acevedo, the chief of Houston PD, and him working with protesters and encouraging protesters. We absolutely encourage peaceful protests in Walnut Creek, and we are happy to work with protesters. In these instances, we didn't have the luxury of identifying who the organizers were. For past events like the Women's March, we work very closely with them to know what their routes are so we can ensure their safety. We are happy to help close down roads, to make it safe. Even if the protesters are protesting against us, we will be out there to make sure that it can be done safely. We will stay out of their way, and we will work hand in hand whenever possible to make sure that these go off peacefully and without any injuries to anybody. That is our ultimate goal. Next. So I want to talk just a little bit about the use of non-lethal force. This is a significant issue. We recognize that. And I'm sure we're going to talk more about that tonight. And we will continue to evaluate this during our after action report and see if there's things that we could have done differently. Tear gas and other non-lethal force was not used, I want to emphasize, until after the protesters reached the freeway on June 1st. Multiple warnings and dispersal orders were given on every occasion prior to the use of non-lethal force. We do try and give people an opportunity to leave prior to using any tear gas. Sometimes we can't offer the luxury of a warning before using a 40 millimeter sponge round, because those are typically used when somebody is in the act of committing something that needs to be addressed right away, like vandalizing a car or throwing a tear gas canister back. That did happen on the freeway. Some subjects would grab the tear gas canisters, throw them back at the officers, and when that occurred, those people would be a 40 millimeter round would be used on those people to quell that behavior. And lastly, there was one canine used during the arrest of a resistive subject on the freeway. And again, we've addressed that already, and the county chiefs, or the chiefs that are part of our regional SWAT team, have already made the decision to prohibit canine usage at any future protests. We will not be bringing canines to any future protests. I got to say that, quite frankly, we don't see a lot of this in Walnut Creek. I've been here for nearly 25 years. I've never seen looting in Walnut Creek before. We don't deal with this on a daily basis. And when we do see it, we try and learn from it. We write after action reports. We closely analyze what our response was. What did we do and what could we do differently? And we're in the process of doing that now. And if there's things that we can learn from this to do things differently in the future, then that's what we're going to do. And not using canines at a protest is one of those things. We will not be bringing canines to protests in the future. I covered this slide. Next. One of the other things that I want to share is the principles for crowd control of large-scale events. When we have an event like this, where we have 225 officers from all over the county responding to assist us, we hold a briefing and we get everybody together and we discuss the operation, and we give assignments and we share intelligence, and here's what we know so far and here's what our plan of action is. These are the guiding principles that we share. This is passed out as part of the briefing sheet. This is our mission. It is to protect life. It is to protect property. It is to protect our vital facilities, maintain public peace, and finally to uphold the constitutional rights of free speech and assembly. And when I say finally, there's no real order here other than protect life, that's in bold. Everything else can be in any order you choose, but these are our primary guiding principles for dealing with large-scale events. Lastly, I do want to thank all of our partners who participated with us for these events. This was a big deal for us. It was unusual. We could not have done it without the assistance of our neighbors, our mutual aid partners, and I know some of them are probably listening here tonight, as well as our own people in Walnut Creek. I want to thank our officers for the work that they did on these events and helping us get through them. Again, we're going to continue to learn from these and evaluate them and see what we can do better. But I want to acknowledge all of the men and women from not just our department, but from throughout the county who came to lend a hand during these events. Next. And I think that's it for me. Chief, I think this one's all yours.
Thank you, Captain Hill. Thanks for that comprehensive review. I do want to echo Captain Hill's comments and thanks to the officers. It would seemingly be unpopular right now to acknowledge good work and what our officers have done right, including working through the pandemic and then quickly adjusting to respond to some of the changes we were seeing. And it took flexibility, it took nimbleness, it took dedication and commitment. And I do want to point out that there was a lot of great work done those days, but we are certainly not averse to pointing out and holding ourselves accountable when we can do things better. We like to celebrate what went right and hold ourselves accountable to what went wrong. And part of doing so is having this very conversation. And for Captain Hill, he did dive right into this after action review. And I do want to commend the council also on their forward thinking about bringing this to the forefront and having this dialogue. Certainly we are learning as we go. Captain Hill did mention the June 1st protest and how different the June 5th protest was. That was a tactical adjustment. The people probably didn't see a police officer until they started marching, at which point we provided traffic control to try to keep them safe while they did so, just as we did on June 1st. So as Captain Hill mentioned, changes are already being made and contemplated, including to consider a centralized decision-making platform for the use of some less than lethal tools. For example, we talked about tear gas, we talked about sponge bullets. And so I want to let you know those conversations are occurring daily, but we still have a lot of information to gain and to learn. And one of the reasons it's difficult to gain that information quickly is because we have a lot of officers and other agencies involved. And there are some questions and people have wondered, and the council has asked for some information on jurisdictional issues and mutual aid. And I will share that we are members of the County of Contra Costa's Law Enforcement Mutual Aid Agreement. Simply stated, we have 81 sworn staff, and when we need 200 officers here, we are reliant on getting assistance from our partners, which they so willingly provided us, not just during what has been termed the looting that occurred, but also for the protests on June 1st. And then we had a contingent of mutual aid on June 5th as well. So there is an authority that exists for agencies to enter into mutual aid agreements, which is provided in the State of California Emergency Services Act and Master Mutual Aid Agreement, which is contained in the California Government Code. So that essentially provides authority for us to join mutual aid endeavors so that we go and help agencies when they need us and vice versa. Captain Hill mentioned earlier the MAMP team. We are members of that team. Our officers do respond to other jurisdictions to assist when they call for help. The idea here is that a responding or assisting agency would not deplete their entire staff to go to another agency, but you could send upwards of half your available resources to go and render assistance. So I do want to share that there is a well-agreed MOU. All the chiefs and the sheriff, we signed this to basically codify what we are going to do, how are we going to respond, and the basis by which we do so. Key in this is that each agency is responsible for their own officers' actions. Therefore, if an officer from a participating agency uses one of the tools that Captain Hill mentioned earlier, for example, if an officer from a participating agency uses or fires a sponge round, they are accountable to that action and have to report it through their agency. And that use of force will come through an after action and a review from the parent agency of the officer. If there are issues that cause an internal affairs investigation, further review, or discipline to occur, that also is the responsibility of the parent agency. I do want to share that additional information on what Captain Hill introduced earlier, and that is the Central Contra Costa County Regional SWAT Team. Our participants in there are the San Ramon Police Department, your Walnut Creek Police Department, the BART Police Department, the Pleasant Hill Police Department, and the Martinez Police Department. So we have ongoing discussions, board meetings where we talk about things that we can do better, what have we learned. So there's going to be after action analysis based on that team's function as well. So that will be a collaborative effort. But I just wanted to provide a little information about what gives our officers the authority to go into other locations. Conversely, what gives other officers the authority and ability to come and help us when we need that help. And I again want to echo Captain Hill's statements in saying we greatly appreciate the assistance that we received from our partner agencies. We also will continue to make corrections and to learn from each event so that we are better at the next one and that we've made course corrections as this has gone forward. Lastly, on this topic and the after action review, the information that we're obtaining, the partnerships, we have created a location on our Walnut Creek Police Department web presence so that you can go into that area and go onto our transparency page, and you can learn then, you can listen to calls for service as they've occurred. You'll be able to hear radio traffic. You'll be able to see the video so controversial of the statement over the PA. So you'll have access to those. We will continue to populate that website as we get information and move forward in this area. And I do want to just share one other thought. I am committed to keeping people in this community safe and to allow and keep safe those that would exercise their First Amendment rights. And even when those voices are directed at us, we will protect you so that you can make your voice heard. This has been at times tumultuous in these past few weeks. And we know, again, that the vast majority of people that participated peacefully rallied, marched, chanted, and in some cases engaged in meaningful conversation with our officers. But I also know that several peaceful protesters got caught up in situations where tear gas was utilized, and I regret that people had to experience that. This is complex, and we are going to continue, again, to improve, to course correct, and do what we can to keep people safe, and also to hold ourselves to account when we don't hit the mark that we're trying to. So with that, that covers the jurisdictional issues and mutual aid. And at the appropriate time, I'm happy to answer follow-up questions on that topic. Next slide.
Thank you, Chief. This is Steve Madison, City Attorney. I'll present this slide before we provide an opportunity for questions from the council and public comments as well. The council did ask, as part of the questions that they had identified, for an explanation of the protest permit process, if you will, and specifically some comparison to what happened with the recent protests, as compared to other marches that have taken place in Walnut Creek, including the Women's March that has happened for a number of years. At a basic level, the parks, sidewalks, and streets of a city are what are referred to under the case law as traditional public forums. And so those are areas where the First Amendment rights afforded to citizens are at their greatest level, their opportunity to use those areas to be able to protest and to be able to express their views. The city doesn't actually require a permit for that to happen. The city does have permit processes, but it's for a slightly different purpose. So a person has a right to protest in parks, on sidewalks, in streets. Those rights to protest under the Constitution are subject to a city's ability to adopt reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions. Those restrictions have to be viewpoint neutral, so that they do not favor one form of discussion over another. But if you think about it, if protesters are using public streets, then there may be times when that would impact the right of the public to travel, the safety of that travel. And so cities do have rights to place certain limitations on protest activities, but again, they have to be time, place, and manner restrictions. With regards to the permits that are in fact issued for the city, it really breaks down into two categories. The city has both facility rental permits and they have special event permits. And the facility rental permits would be if, for instance, a group wants to occupy a building of the city and do it in their own exclusive way. So if they wanted to rent out an entire structure for whatever their activity was, whatever their protest or other First Amendment activity is. So the city does have a process where you can rent out a facility, a building, and you can get exclusive use of that. Typically when people are just exercising their First Amendment right to protest, say on streets or in parks and whatnot, or on sidewalks, the protesters have a non-exclusive right to use that. So that means they can be having a protest in a park, but other people can also walk into the park too, if they want to. When the city does issue a facility rental permit, then the person who has that permit actually gets exclusive use of that facility. And the city has the ability to do that because it owns the structure and it's essentially renting out the structure in the city's proprietary capacity. The second issue, and this also relates to what has happened in the past with regards to marches such as the Women's March, is that the city can also issue a special event permit. And that's in fact happened in certain instances before. And what a special event can do, in particular as it relates to protest, is that if a group knows they want to march in a certain, along a certain path, and they want to be able to close off the roads during that time, they can come to the city and ask for a special event permit, and the city can issue that. Typically, there are like insurance requirements that are associated with it. There may be some costs associated with the costs that the city incurs to close off the roads. But in that event, you have advanced coordination between the entity that is organizing the protest or the march, and they're actually giving us a route, telling us where they want to march, and then they coordinate with staff in advance so that we can in advance block off the roads. That's in fact what's happened, for example, with the Women's March. And so we wanted to share that just so that the council could understand kind of how the process works. The protests that Captain Hill referred to, the ones in late May and early June that happened in the city, were really expressions of First Amendment rights. They did not get advanced permits from the city, and that is their right to do that. And again, the city in those instances can only impose time, place, and manner restrictions. And so with that, if we could go to the next slide. So at this point, staff would pause with this first part of the presentation, and we are available to answer questions from the council and also to hear public comments on this first one. So Madam Mayor, we'll turn the discussion back to your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me start with the council members. Does any council member have any questions? I see heads shaking. Why don't we start with Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to City Manager and Chief of Police and Captain Hill for some of the answers to questions that I had been formulating, and appreciate your timeline on this. I do have a few questions. I'm going to take these in chronological order from the timeline that you gave. So in regards to the looting, and you talked about how you had some ideas that there was going to be potential looting. You in the report, you witnessed some of the suspicious activity, but there wasn't any looting at that time. So I guess my question is, when you're witnessing suspicious activity, but no crime is being committed at that point, what, if anything, are you able to do?
Chief, would you like me to take this? I guess
Certainly,
I will.
Captain. You could start on this one.
Okay. Well, our goal there is to be a high visibility presence. When we first start seeing people down there and they're not committing any laws, we want them to know that we're there. We want to really swarm the area with as many police cars as we have available to get them down there. So people hopefully think twice. I know we had a lot of people come from out of town with the intent on on victimizing our businesses. So we wanted them to know that there was a presence down there. So that was our goal, is to let them see us and to watch them. If that means across the street from them and just parking and watching them as they get out of their cars. As a matter of fact, I drove by and saw one guy taping up, putting duct tape over his license plate as I drove by. And I stopped in the middle of the road and contacted him and took a picture of him. I said, you may want to think twice. And hopefully he turned around and went home. So our presence is our goal to turn them around.
So mainly dissuading them before any kind of an incident happens.
Yes.
Well, Mayor Pro Tem Wilk, if I can add to, and I know it's easy to kind of draw conclusions about the efforts and what occurred there with small slices of video that have been shown. But I want to be very clear on what our job is as well. And when these are occurring, it is imperative that we do not let people engage in this activity occupy certain areas for too long. During similar events, when there's no police presence for an extended period, that's when damage to buildings and infrastructure expands significantly to include fire and water damage and the use of vehicles or heavy equipment to access high security areas. So during these events, presence is key. Our officers moved location to location as hundreds of people converged to different areas. This is not as precise as a group saying, hey, we're going to show up here at this intersection to come perform looting. People came from all directions, and we effectively had to close down the entire downtown area, which included a discussion with me and the BART chief of police to cut off access to the Walnut Creek BART stop, and for CHP to limit exit from the freeways. There was a lot going on at the same time, and we had officers converging on the location really to keep people moving. There were several additional attempts throughout the night to re-enter the Broadway Plaza area and to re-enter other places that we had already secured. So it is quite the undertaking that took a lot of people, but those are some of the other reasons why just being present helps to thwart additional and even more severe damage.
Great, thank you. And Chief and Captain Hill, when the looting was occurring, while it was actually occurring, and it certainly sounds like you were witnessing part of that right there, did the looters, and this probably goes into just your wondering more about what you were perceiving here, but did the looters seem concerned about the police presence or of getting arrested? I'd like to understand a little bit more about what you were watching them. Did they think they were going to get stopped or arrested, or did they just not care at all, or they knew that you weren't going to get involved very to the point of arresting them?
I think it was obvious based on the resources that were in the field at the start that their likelihoods of fleeing arrest or detection were greater than they were as the night progressed and people started leaving quickly.
Okay.
We simply stated we needed more resources, and once we got them, we were able to limit and stop the activity. It should be noted there were other times later on that night and in the following days that we responded to suspicious activity. So though there was damage sustained that Captain Hill referenced earlier, there was other more potential damage throughout the city that could have occurred as well. For example, 5 cars pulled into a parking lot and started breaking into a store. We were able to catch one of the vehicles to stop them, arrest 5 people that were involved with looting. There was an armed firearm in that vehicle, which I think further illustrates that this is a very dangerous time and that people do have weapons, and what we've seen in other places helps to amplify the danger that is involved during these periods.
Thank you. You'd mentioned that there were about 600 looters, best year that you could estimate. And I apologize if I missed this, but about how many police officers were downtown during that time?
Well, when we started, we have, at that time during that initial shift, and we had people also responsible for existing calls for service. We had about less than 10 officers on duty, and quickly called people in, like Captain Hill mentioned. Once we learned about this chatter, we started making notifications to force multiply as quickly as possible.
So at the height, you would say there were 50, 100?
Captain Hill, do you remember that number?
Yeah, at the height, I would say that we were in the 75, 80 range when we had our regional SWAT team and MANF arrive.
Okay.
They arrived, within an hour of the event, and with them being present, probably in the 80 range.
So still significantly outnumbered.
Yeah.
So I just referred to our report, and this was generated by Captain Gorski. He wasn't able to join us tonight, but he has been doing the review on that event, and he does reference that we were able to get over 100 officers in total to the community, and that happened quickly. That happened within an hour as we responded to this.
Great, thank you. Okay, moving on to the protest the next day. When the protesters moved onto the freeway, who was in charge at that point? Was that strictly CHP?
CHP has, yes, jurisdictional responsibility for the freeway. We did respond, as referenced earlier, when they called for assistance.
Okay, so CHP was directing at that point.
CHP was responding based on the fact that a large group started moving towards down Lawrence, towards the direction of the on-ramp.
Okay, and you mentioned about the K-9, which didn't belong to Walnut Creek, but did we? Which department did the K-9 actually belong to?
That's the Martinez Police Department. The chief and I have spoken directly about this, and that led to further discussion with the chiefs from the regional SWAT team, and led to us prohibiting canines from being present for protest activity.
Okay, good. So when there's street closures, when there's protests at parks, we consider that to be peaceful protesting as long as everything remains peaceful. Is protesting on the freeway considered peaceful protesting? I just want to understand, is there a shift that happens when people move from a road to blocking a freeway?
Chief, you want me to jump in? I'll take this one. Yeah, I would say there is a shift there. When you move onto a freeway with cars speeding by at 70 miles an hour, there's a serious danger factor for both the protesters and the traffic. And in this particular instance, even when the traffic was ground to a halt from all of the protesters on the freeway, there was still violence taking place in terms of windows being smashed and somebody being spit in the face and cars being jumped on. Protesters were reported to be jumping over the median from northbound lanes onto southbound lanes where there was no protection. We were getting 911 calls from people trapped. It's a scary feeling to be trapped in your car on the freeway with nowhere to go, being surrounded by people. So it's a scary feeling. It's not what I would consider peaceful at that point. There certainly may be instances where people aren't being violent or breaking things, but it does change the dynamic significantly once you get on a freeway.
Okay, that's what I wanted to understand, that it goes from peaceful protesting on the road to something that's other than peaceful protesting on a freeway. In the minds of police or the community, I guess.
Well, I think technically there can be a peaceful protest on the freeway. I think that one occurred this week, if I'm not mistaken. I think the Bay Bridge was shut down, and I'm not aware of any problems that occurred there. In our particular instance, I certainly wouldn't call that a peaceful protest, what we saw on our freeway. but I wouldn't say that a peaceful protest could never occur on a freeway. But it does enhance the danger factor for everybody involved.
Okay. All right. Thanks. And my last question is, and I certainly appreciated how the next protest on June 5th was handled. So, and you alluded to this a little bit, but given what happened on May 31st and June 1st in particular, I'm just curious, what are some of the steps and that went through your mind of how we approached June 5th differently, or how the police approached June 5th differently? And what were some of those bullet points that were different in how you looked at the protest on that, I believe that was Friday?
Yeah, we did prepare for that one differently. Again, we didn't expect it to be as big as June 1st, so we didn't call in as many resources. We did not. We used our own people as well as about half of the mutual aid mobile field force. That's a team of 120. I believe we had about 50 here. So in total, we had about 100 people for that event, as opposed to the 225 for Mondays. But one of the main things we did differently is our idea was to be as invisible as possible. On the previous incident, we immediately set up a skirmish line across Broadway. We wanted to prevent people from going downtown and particularly entering the library, because that's where all of our vehicles were staged. So we had people staged and were very visible on Monday, on June 1st. On Friday for the second one, we said, let's try it a little bit differently. And we kept people indoors. The mobile field force remained in the library until and unless needed, as well as our officers. We kept them in the station, in our sally port, in our garage. They were ready to respond if needed, but we wanted to do it a little differently and keep people out of sight as much as possible. We know just the sight of police officers at some of these things can escalate tensions. So we handled it a little differently, and it went off better.
There was also just a couple things to add to that. There wasn't the level of what I would call a violent rhetoric or threatening rhetoric that we had seen prior to the looting activity, which preceded the June 1st protest. That very weekend, there had been police departments that were actually surrounded. So we had set up to protect city infrastructure as well. And so we did learn lessons, and we did make that tactical adjustment. But I just want to harken back to one thing that you had asked, Mayor Pro Tem, and that was specifically about can a peaceful protest or does it become not peaceful on the freeway? I want to be very clear about this, and I imagine that there were a lot of people that were going on the freeway to peacefully protest. We were called to respond to the actions and behavior of some members of that protest that caused the CHP officers to feel unsafe. There have been instances in other parts of this state where CHP officers have been surrounded on the freeway, and it is a dangerous situation. So I don't want to have our words misinterpreted as we think that everybody that went on the freeway did so with non-peaceful intentions. So I just want to clarify that.
Yeah. Thank you. I lied. I have one more question. Actually, it relates to tear gas, and we're hearing in other communities throughout the country of banning tear gas. And I wanted to understand from you, when would tear gas be an appropriate method? Or I understand it's an extreme measure. When, in your mind, do you feel this is an appropriate method?
Well, tear gas was used on the night of the looting to clear areas. Tear gas is we have tear gas for use in events like barricaded subjects, where we're trying to get somebody out of a location. The desired effect is that once announcements are made and tear gas is deployed and the white smoke emanates from the canister, that it will clear the area. That is the desired effect. It is not to subject people to the irritating result of the tear gas. The idea is that it will keep people moving and to clear locations. This is obviously new to us. We're listening closely and watching what other areas are doing, what other jurisdictions are doing, and we're listening closely to our community members that have expressed concerns about the use of tear gas. I would say that the discussion should be around the appropriateness of the use of these tools. Because again, as I mentioned, it is a tool that has proven effective in cases like barricaded subjects or things of that nature.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Those are my questions.
Does any other council member have a question? Yes, Councilwoman Silva.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And thank you, Chief and Captain Hill. So a couple of things, just I'd like to be sure that I understand correctly and can summarize this, because there have been concerns from the community about Sunday, and there have been concerns about from the community about Monday. And yet in many ways they are interrelated with each other, just based on, I believe, what you said in your introduction. So first of all, regarding Sunday, am I correct after this that you didn't know when this would occur? It was basically merged with, it could probably happen June 1 in terms of the looting and the violence and the suggestions of that. It really didn't come that they were talking about Sunday until just before it started to happen. Have I captured that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
So it happened very fast. And I believe from the report, and maybe what Captain Hill, you said, the first sign of it were people congregating in the Safeway parking lot. That would be at Mount Diablo and Broadway, I assume, that Safeway. 20 to 30 individuals, or was it 20 to 30 individuals were suddenly in Broadway Plaza around 4:40 or something like that?
Yeah, they started congregating at the Safeway at Mount Diablo and Broadway, yes.
And what I heard you say was the number of officers that we actually had on duty at that time was 7 to 10? I mean, when this started. So we had to basically amass a response to this very quickly.
Yes, we had officers available at home. We were still working on our emergency deployment schedule based on the COVID-19. And so we had resources available that we called them in quickly. But yeah, when it first started happening, we had very limited resources. I'd have to go back and look. That will be part of the after action, but it was a fairly small number.
And this was not centralized, as you said, this was decentralized. So where did these groups do this damage? What parts of town? I mean, we hear about Broadway Plaza. At one point I heard they might have been at Botello in California. Where else were they?
They made it up to the Shane Company and beyond. They were at CVS. I'm not sure if they got beyond Safeway, Shane Company to the north. But while we were focusing downtown, groups of them did start making their way to other parts of town up north. But it was mostly focused downtown in Broadway Plaza and on Olympic Boulevard and on Main Street. So the downtown corridor was the primary focus. There was probably 3 or 4 businesses hit outside of the downtown corridor.
Now, we've had many people call, I have friends that live in the Almond Chewy neighborhood, and there were cars whipping through there trying to get out of town. But were there neighborhoods at risk? Because we've had comments about that neighborhoods were at risk, and then there was that was, disputed. So was there a risk to our neighborhoods? Because we have some that are right by downtown. What were we hearing and what did we find?
There were some comments about taking it inside people's homes to expand beyond the stores downtown and going into people's homes. And we did get a report of that occurring on San Miguel Drive, as everything else was occurring on Broadway Plaza. San Miguel's up behind Safeway. And we had a report come in of somebody come in with a gun to a home. We saturated that area with officers, found some groups of looters in that neighborhood, but we could not substantiate that they'd entered anybody's home. And still to this point, we don't have any confirmation of any homes being entered.
But we did have some looters in a residential neighborhood.
We had 40 individuals that were intercepted by us as they walked towards the residential area along San Miguel. So we were able to get there and to turn that group around.
Did you say 40 as in 40?
40.
Okay. The so your basic philosophy, because I asked you that, you know, at some point in the last 2 weeks, was why there's been a lot of questions of why we just stood and didn't take action. And so can you tell me again, because it's getting late at night, what the strategy is when you're outnumbered, basically?
Well, I'm just going to simply state that the strategy is to get more resources there so that you can safely and appropriately respond to what's occurring in front of you. If we send 1 or 2 or 3 officers in, when there are groups numbering 20 or 30, that is not going to end well. It's going to require potentially a significant use of force. And this is property that we are certainly trying to protect and infrastructure that we are trying to protect, but we certainly don't want to escalate the situation. I will tell you and assure you, we do not like to have a criminal activity occurring in front of us, period. So that inaction, again, I mentioned, it keeps people on the move. It helps us monitor what's going on as we get the appropriate number of resources present so that we can stop the activity before it escalates or worse damage is caused.
We've heard some eyewitness accounts this evening of military gear. And so there was one photograph, I think it might have been slide 16, where the officer was helping the victim of the shooting. And I think that was along Olympic Boulevard between Vans and the restaurant there. I think that's where they're sitting. Is that the military gear that is in question, or is there something else that they might have been wearing on Monday?
I'll answer this, Captain Hill. There's a variety of uniforms. What you saw on the picture of our officer rendering aid to the gunshot victim was really our uniform, but with a helmet and a face shield. People do throw things at us, so that is gear to protect against that. However, there are various uniforms for the different people involved. The MAMF uniform is entirely different, and it is set up for riot control events. And then you had I mentioned our regional SWAT team earlier. They have different uniforms when they are involved in SWAT operations, tactical uniforms, which I believe is what was referred to earlier as being military uniform or gear. But the officers that are standing on lines and are, conducting traffic control that are used in the variety of circumstances do have extra tools and extra things to protect them that you generally won't see on an officer, to include a ballistic helmet with that face shield.
On Monday, when, and this might be Captain Hill, when the protesters entered the freeway on-ramp and the PD advised CHP, how many CHP officers were they able to muster to get to that part of the freeway to get the traffic stopped? And because something stopped the traffic, I assume it was CHP that did that.
Yeah, initially when they arrived, I believe they had about 4 or 5 officers on scene. They called in resources from Dublin and everywhere they could to get more people out there to help them. So by the time it ended, there was probably 15 or 20 CHP officers there. But when it started, they only had 4 or 5.
So it was the 4 or 5 who made the call for help?
Yes, they were greatly outnumbered and were very worried. They asked for what we call code 3 cover, which is lights and sirens, get here as quick as you can. We need help.
And we have that on recording.
Yes.
And the 911 calls from the freeway, we have that on recording as well. So we could hear those.
Yes, and we do plan on releasing all that information.
Thank you. I'm sure that I could think of many other questions to ask, but thank you very much.
You're welcome. Other council members have questions? I'm not seeing them. I just have one question. There are lots of pictures of Maine, the big stores at Broadway Plaza. Were any little stores, mom and pop kinds of operations subjected to the looting as well?
Yes, we do have a complete list. Again, there was about 40, and I reviewed the list of names. Some of them I don't recognize, so they're not all Neiman Marcus and Nordstrom and Macy's. There are some much smaller mom and pop type stores that were victimized.
Thank you. I'm noticing that we have approximately 10 people who have indicated they want to deal with public comment. Oh, it just went up by 1. I am going to recommend by many more than that. It is 11:12. I'm going to check with council to see if we can actually storm our way through the public comments. And then I'm going to suggest that we perhaps move item 5B forward, because that's another pretty short item, I believe. And then we continue part 2 of the update on civic unrest until some date to be determined. How do you feel about storming through all the public comment?
I feel we should go through the public comment, and I would actually be in favor of completing item 5A in total and moving 5B to a special meeting. That's just my voice.
Thank you. Councilmember Francois.
I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. I think people have been waiting a long time. We should finish the staff report on 5A and hear public comment. Whether you want to hear public comment now or after the remainder of the staff report, I think we should finish up 5A.
Even if it goes to 2 o'clock?
Got to do it one time or another.
I know, but first of all, it's not fair for the presenters on the second round to be really exhausted and have to deal with that, as well as, I don't know about you all, but I've absorbed a lot of information for this entire meeting, and I would rather have a time for at least part 2 where our speakers are fresh, our listeners are fresh, and we can continue and listen. I don't have a very strong opinion about 5B. So, Justin, do you have anything to say?
Well, I do know that we need to finish that other area, and of course the other issue of we have to schedule a special meeting. I think that's inconsequential compared to the importance of this issue. My only concern is relating to individuals that are on the call. With all due respect to staff, that's not my primary concern. It's the individuals that want to provide public comment, and maybe it seems like there's going to be consensus to go through public comment for the initial part of 5A. Maybe individuals can provide comments from their perspective if they want to keep going, or if we should shut this down and reschedule to a point certain. If we are going to delay this, my suggestion would be to specify a specific date in which this would come back rather than leaving it up in the air.
Can I give one more thought on this? And that is that my thoughts really are with the people. Well, we have 82 people, many of whom perhaps have been waiting on the line this long just to be able to get to this next portion of 5A. And I realize it's late. I mean, we all realize that. Maybe if we go through that portion of it, and then people can comment if they want. That is up to them if they would like to public comment there. But to go through this portion and still wait longer for the public comments from just this portion, perhaps we can have all the public comment at the end and get through all of 5A, and people can decide if they want to stay up for that or not.
Sure, could be, and I'm sorry, I'll pause for Ms. Silva before I respond.
No, I actually didn't understand the comment. So from Mayor Pro Tem, were you saying basically get all of the staff report and all of our questions answered and then one round of public comment, or are you saying?
That's what I'm saying. That will give everybody the chance to be able to listen to this, to the second portion of 5A without going through another potentially half hour to hour of public comment before getting there, and then us determining at that point, no, well, let's put this off for another meeting, which I don't think is fair.
I think I would agree and prefer that if we're going to do this tonight, which I think we should, that we do it all of the staff report and our questions and then all of the public comment, only because it will allow everyone an opportunity to address us again, and it should be more efficient that way.
Mr. Hell, can I just ask how much longer, if we were to continue with this item and have you present the second half of the staff report, how much longer do you think you need? And again, I'm not trying to rush you. I'm just trying to get an understanding of time frame.
Was that a question for me? Did you say Hill?
Yeah, I don't see the chief.
Yeah, the second portion is not mine. I'm not sure.
From a presentation perspective, we're probably looking at 20 minutes, give or take. Half an hour tops, but depends how many questions obviously council has.
I say we blast through this.
Okay. The team wins. Staff, would you continue with the part 2 of this presentation?
I believe that is me. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Tracy Reese, and I'm a lieutenant with the police department. Tonight, I'd like to provide you with information from the 8 Can't Wait campaign and how these recommendations compare to the police department's current policies. The 8 Can't Wait is a national campaign that has identified 8 policy recommendations that are intended to reduce law enforcement's use of force incidents. It's important to note as we go through these different recommendations that many of the recommendations outlined in the 8 Can't Wait campaign already exist in our policy manual and have also been captured in California statute. Next slide, please. The first recommendation from the campaign is to require de-escalation. The police department's policy requires officers to employ de-escalation techniques when dealing with people in crisis. In addition, this recommendation is part of the legal standard for all California police departments. Senate Bill 230 requires that officers utilize de-escalation techniques, crisis intervention tactics, and other alternatives to force when feasible. Additionally, Senate Bill 230 requires all officers to be trained in alternatives to deadly force and de-escalation techniques. While we're talking about this topic, I just wanted to provide a overview on our training related to de-escalation and crisis intervention. Our officers employ de-escalation on a daily basis, with the majority of these interactions resolving peacefully. For example, in 2019, the police department responded to just over 42,000 calls for service, and use of force was used 6 times. This equates to 0.014% of calls resulting in a use of force. However, we also recognize that, like any skill, we can also improve through practice and training. With regard to training on de-escalation, de-escalation is interwoven into almost all of our department training. De-escalation is included in our defensive tactics training, for example, in firearms, taser, arrest, and control training. Officers also train in de-escalation during training scenarios with our Force Options Simulator. Our Force Options Simulator, it exposes our officers to over 800 different scenarios so that officers can train for different interactions that include de-escalation. Lastly, we also train in crisis intervention and tactical communication. Since 2017, 79 of our 82 officers have been through CIT training. In June of this year, we have been hosting a CIT and tactical communication class, and almost our entire sworn and professional staff have attended or will attend this training later this month. Next slide, please. The second recommendation is to require warning by officers before shooting. Our policy requires officers to provide verbal warnings where feasible to make reasonable efforts to warn that deadly force may be used. Additionally, California Assembly Bill 392 has very similar language. Next slide, please. The third recommendation is that the department shall require officers to intervene in the event of excessive force. Our policy requires officers to intervene and stop excessive force if they observe it occurring. Our policy also requires every officer to report any excessive force to a supervisor. Next slide, please. The fourth recommendation is to require comprehensive reporting of use of force incidents. Our policy requires that all uses of force be reported promptly, accurately, and completely. Senate Bill 230 also requires comprehensive reporting, as does legislation from 2015, which requires statewide detailed reporting requirements on serious use of force incidents. Next slide, please. The fifth recommendation is to ban chokeholds and strangulations. Our department does not authorize chokeholds or strangulation techniques. On June 9th, Chief Chaplain announced that the police department would no longer authorize the carotid control hold, which is different than a chokehold or strangulation technique. The section in our policy that authorized the carotid hold has since been removed. Next slide, please. The sixth recommendation is to ban shooting at moving vehicles. Our policy prohibits shooting at vehicles except in life-threatening circumstances. The outright prohibition in all circumstances does not account for situations where the driver of a vehicle may be threatening death or great bodily injury to others with the car or from the car. The police department is currently evaluating this language and also reviewing the recommendations from 8 Can't Wait. Next slide, please. The seventh recommendation is to require a use of force continuum. Our policy states that officers shall use only that amount of force that reasonably appears necessary given the facts and totality of the circumstances known to or perceived by the officer at the time of the event. For example, officers are not expected to use a baton strike against a person who is threatening someone with a firearm. In addition, the use of force continuum is considered by many as an outdated model that has proven to be impractical and potentially dangerous when applied in real life situations. Next slide, please. The eighth recommendation is to require officers to exhaust all means before shooting. Our use of force policy directs officers to apply objectively reasonable force given the totality of the circumstances. The policy also acknowledges that certain tools, weapons, or methods may be impractical or ineffective depending on the circumstance. Our policy only permits the use of deadly force when an officer believes that the use of force is necessary to protect the officer or another from threat or imminent death or serious bodily injury, or to stop a fleeing subject when the officer has probable cause to believe that the person has committed or intends to commit a felony involving the infliction or threatened infliction of serious bodily injury or death, and the officer reasonably believes that the person is an imminent risk of serious bodily injury or death to another person if the subject is not apprehended. Under such circumstances, our policy says that a verbal warning should precede the use of deadly force where feasible. So this concludes a brief summary of the recommendations from the 8 Can't Wait campaign and the police department's position on each recommendation. The police department is still continuing to evaluate our policies and the recommendations from 8 Can't Wait campaign. And I will open up to questions when it's appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Dan Buckshire, City Manager. I'm going to provide an overview of the work that has been conducted in collaboration with the FOSAF members, and then Assistant City Manager Terry Kilgore is going to run through more of the details of what we've done over the past year. You know, if my notes are correct, I believe we had our first meeting with the FOSAF team in September. So it's been about 9 months that since we first met. We've had at least 10 different members of staff that have been meeting with literally a couple of dozen different members of the FOSAF team, the main team, as well as the subgroups that we formed to delve into specific areas of interest. And really the purpose, certainly of the initial meetings and throughout, has been to listen, to understand the multiple perspectives of the individuals that are involved, so that we could move forward and make positive change going forward. That was really the purpose and the effort. You know, I just want to state that the issues that we are discussing and reviewing and working on are extremely complex and are not ones that can be solved overnight. If they could, they would have been solved by now, not only here, but elsewhere. And also there are varying perspectives about what occurred on June 2nd, 2019. And those different perspectives in some areas have hampered progress in some of the areas in which we've been attempting to work together. I also want to point out that many of these issues are systemic in nature and involve multiple agencies, including the state government, county government, healthcare providers, hospitals, and that the city is one part of this system. And we have limited jurisdiction over much of the system of care as it relates to mental health and the overall justice system. You know, that said, I do want to state that we are attempting to influence what we can control and influence other areas that are out of our control, but influence where we can, and that we want to try to drive positive change going forward. Also want to point out that the members that have been involved in this effort on behalf of the city involve many of our highest level folks at the city. This has been one of our highest priorities. We've had members of our executive team, including the police chief and myself personally involved in this matter, and we have put forth a tremendous amount of effort in order to move the needle on these very complex issues. I do recognize that there are some folks, or many folks, who think that little or nothing has been done. I think we'll find that much more than that has been done, but recognizing there is frustration that things have not moved as quickly as what folks may want. And in some areas, I agree. There are areas that we would like to have seen this move more quickly as well, but there are some impediments that we've had to work through. So with that, Terry, please run through the next few slides. Thanks.
Thanks, Dan. So as Dan noted, we've been working together with members of the FOSAF group, trying to find some common ground. And where we've found common ground, we've dug in to the best of our abilities. And the way you find common ground is you talk. Some of the speakers earlier this evening seemed to think that the city was unaware that this was an issue, and that is not the case. We have been actively meeting with both the FOSAF advisory group as well as the subcommittees that Dan noted. And we've had at least 18 meetings to date. And the different subcommittees have made differing levels of progress, but we've strove to keep the channels of communication open as we go forward. One of the actions that was taken was Chief Chaplain did form and launch a community advisory board. Over 70 people applied for a seat on the board. It took multiple days of interviews from the chief. I got to sit in on a day or two of it, as well as Betsy Burkhart from our CMO staff. and as well as a FOSATH representative. And through those multiple interviews, we got to learn more about how the community saw the challenges before the police department, as well as where they saw room for improvement. And 16 members were selected, including 3 of those individuals being part of the key FOSATH leadership team. So the board has met 3 times thus far and has set a very a very challenging work program, I think I would say, is they are tackling the tough issues. They've dug in on how we run our administrative policies. They're starting to look at some of our use of force policies and have set themselves a very deep agenda, and will continue to meet. In fiscal year 21, we are including in our proposal to council for budget a significant amount of money for training all city employees in areas related to diversity and inclusion, as well as implicit bias and human trafficking. The diversity and inclusion, as well as the implicit bias, were specific suggestions from FOSATH in our meetings with them, and we heard and listened, and that training is planned for fiscal year 21, which starts July 1st. We've also been talking quite a lot about a community listening session, or potentially a series of community listening sessions. This session has changed form over time, and we were actually all set to go with moving forward with selecting a consultant to help us really dig in on it, with the goal of holding the sessions in April of this year. Obviously, COVID happened, and nobody was really thinking Zoom was the right way to host a session that really relies on personal interaction and deep listening. But we are going to move forward with the subcommittee in talking more about selecting a consultant. We've had a significant amount of change on this subcommittee in membership. So this Tuesday, we'll be having a meeting to bring everyone back up to speed, and then finalize a timeline to host these sessions. Right now, it's looking like late July, potentially early August. And we will share with council and the community more details as that firms up. Next slide, please. Another initiative that the police department has undertaken is ordering additional non-lethal weapons. 33 beanbag guns have been purchased, and we have also worked to secure a technology called a BOLA wrap. It's a little bit like Wonder Woman's lasso, where you shoot it out and it wraps around the person and contains them. We are told that the technology has stabilized. When we first looked at it a while back, it had some issues, but we're told that's been remedied. So we will be testing out that equipment to see if it's a good fit for our field operations. We will be also, and have been, pursuing a regional approach with a county crisis intervention team. Chief Chaplain has been working with his peers in Concord and Martinez to look at the possibility of creating a regional team that has deep additional training on many different types of crisis interventions that the police department is asked to intervene in. And the thinking here is that it would operate similar to mutual aid, where the team could be called out and assembled from around the area to deal with very specific situations as they arise. And that these individuals would have a deeper level of training than is currently offered. We will also, and have been, working to increase the utilization of the county's mobile crisis response team. This is a team that is similar in model to Cahoots that you've heard members of FOSATH mention before. This is a county team that can be called out by family members or by officers or by dispatch to assist in helping with situations where mental health is a key factor. The city manager has personally met with the county administrator to talk about how this program could potentially be expanded. And at this point, part of the challenge is going to be budget. All of the agencies that we've mentioned thus far, from Concord to Martinez to the county, are facing some significant budget challenges, but the discussions continue to look at how we could make this happen. And then finally, the police chief and the district attorney have agreed that once the DA's report is released, that they will jointly ask the attorney general to review the investigation. This is not exactly what FOSATH has asked for, but this was the compromise that was struck, and we intend to do so. Unfortunately, we had hoped that we would already have the DA's report in hand as of February. That was the original estimate. And at this point, we don't have a date certain, which is disappointing for all parties involved. But as soon as that is released, we will be following through on this request to the Attorney General.